Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
He used superhuman strength to conquer all American comic books. Part 1. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Loss's mood was just like the plane he was riding in, turbulent and oppressive. Looking back at the history of transmigrators on the internet, he belonged to the unluckiest tier. He had just been lucky enough to transmigrate, only to end up on a Boeing passenger plane hijacked by people from the Middle East, bound for New York. The debuffs were fully stacked. Watching as four people from the Middle East, armed with guns and knives, quickly seized control of the cabin and cockpit, killing the flight attendants and the captain without demanding any ransom from the outside world. Loss couldn't sit still anymore. I just arrived in America, and I'm already on the chopping block before even getting off the plane. Having died once before, he could tell at a glance. These Middle Eastern hijackers were all prepared to die. It was clear that from the moment they boarded the plane to hijack it, they had no intention of landing. They were most likely brewing a terrorist attack. Guys, do you think I can survive this? The only thing Loss felt lucky about was that the biggest difference between this world and his previous life was the existence of superpowers. That's right. This was a world where superpowered individuals, supes, and ordinary people coexisted. Loss's original body was a member of the supes, and his specific ability was appropriately open black lens bracket enhancement close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket degradation close black lens bracket of inanimate objects he came into contact with. Clearly, this was a support-type superpower, with minimal improvement to personal combat power. But Loss couldn't care about that anymore. If he pulled off a desperate move, he might still survive. If he sat in his seat trembling and praying to God like the other passengers, he was dead for sure. Having just started his second life, Loss did not intend to hand his fate over to a vague and distant God. In the middle section of the passenger plane, in a seat by the aisle, Loss had already quietly observed enough. There were 4 hijackers in total. The only one with a gun was in the cockpit, while the other 3 were guarding the cabin aisle, holding over 100 passengers hostage with knives. At this moment, one of the hijackers in the cabin was walking down the aisle toward Loss's seat. Loss took a deep breath, gently stroked the fitted hooded jacket he was wearing with his left hand, and applied his open black lens bracket enhancement close black lens bracket ability. He tried pulling at it. The originally thick fabric jacket was now significantly tougher. Hopefully, this enhanced clothing could withstand shots from a small caliber pistol, or at least resist stabbing and cutting from knives. At the same time, Loss took off his canvas shoe and sock from his right foot, stepped onto the carpet in the aisle next to him, and through direct physical contact, applied his ability to the carpet and the floor. Open black lens bracket degradation close black lens bracket. The floor looked unchanged, but in reality, it had cracked inside and was prone to caving in. Next, he just had to wait for the patrolling knife-wielding hijacker to step into the trap. Loss had already quickly rehearsed the entire process of the action in his mind. That is, once the Middle Eastern hijacker stepped on the degraded floor and stumbled forward, he would take the opportunity to unbuckle his seatbelt, seize the opponent's knife, apply open black lens bracket enhancement close black lens bracket, and fight back. But the ideal was plump, while in reality, inside the oppressive and turbulent cabin, 123 passengers were trembling in their seats, many of them sobbing and praying in despair. 4 flight attendant corpses lay on the floor, and the air was filled with the stench of blood. A scruffy bearded Middle Eastern man, making no attempt to conceal his appearance, held a small, sharp knife and patrolled toward the middle section where Loss was. With every step he took closer, Loss's heart lifted a little. Sweat had already soaked his hooded jacket, which had been strengthened by his ability. Fear is a biological instinct, and besides, in his previous life, let alone fighting others, he hadn't even killed a chicken or a duck. Watching the knife-wielding hijacker about to pass by him, Loss hardened his heart, unbuckled his seatbelt, and was about to burst into action. But just at this moment, the patrolling hijacker, about to step on the degraded floor, suddenly stopped and turned back to look at a place in the cabin where a strange noise had come from. An unexpected turn of events. Pop! The Boeing passenger plane's emergency door suddenly opened. The strong pressure difference between the inside and outside of the cabin caused the outside sky to create a suction force, threatening to empty the cabin. A Middle Eastern hijacker near the emergency door was immediately thrown out of the cabin in the howling wind, cast from 10,000 meters into the vast sea of clouds. Facing this sudden scene, everyone in the cabin, Loss, and even the remaining two hijackers were stunned. Immediately after, Loss saw a white woman wearing dark-colored armor and a battle skirt appear swiftly in front of the hijacker next to him, lifting the burly hijacker with one hand by the throat. With the sound of breaking bones, the hijacker's neck was snapped directly by the costumed woman. Cursing rang out. The last Middle Eastern hijacker in the cabin was about to fight back, but two beams of crimson laser pierced the cabin air even faster, melting through the hijacker's body along with his knife. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Within the cabin, all three terrorists were dead. Stars and stripes appeared, accompanied by a cape with the pattern of the American flag swaying in the strong wind, as a handsome blonde-haired, blue-eyed man poked his head in from the high altitude outside. He ignored the pressure difference and casually closed the cabin's emergency door, as if blocking the storm and death with his own strength, spreading his hands to reveal an impeccable, warm smile to everyone. Everyone, it's okay now, because I am here. The man comforted them in a confident tone. Looking at the cloaked man's familiar blue suit, and the remaining scorching red heat in his eye sockets, Loss's breath hitched. That was Homelander. In the chaotic cabin, a passenger was the first to shout his name, followed by people collectively letting out sighs of relief and expressing gratitude. Thank you, Homelander. I love you, you are the light of God. As expected of the leader of the Seven. Facing the man draped in the American flag, they showed the excitement of having survived a disaster, as thrilled as if seeing a savior and an idol. I declare that the plane is safe now, you will all be fine. Homelander was all smiles, stepping over the cabin aisle littered with corpses, waving one by one to give the passengers a warm response and reassurance. The hijacking scene suddenly turned into a fanatical fan meeting, breaking the oppressive atmosphere shrouded by death. But unlike the jubilant passengers, Loss, inside the cabin, was breaking out in cold sweat, as if facing a formidable enemy. As his memories digested further, he remembered everything. This world with soups belonged to the American comic series universe, but it was the boys' universe where superheroes had almost collectively turned evil. The strongest in this world was the Homelander before him, the I don't eat beef version of Superman. This number one hero, achieved through propaganda and packaging, privately belonged to the most evil type who would shoot a heat vision at you if he didn't like your face, the scum of the earth. In Loss's memories from his previous life. In the original work, Homelander, in order to fight for the right of Supes to enter the military, came to rescue this Boeing plane held hostage by terrorists. As a result, due to excessive use of heat vision, he severely damaged the plane's cockpit, and unable to rescue it, Homelander simply watched as the plane and the lives of over 100 passengers on board were destroyed. So, the savior this plane waited for was not a savior, but destruction. The death knell had already sounded. The passengers on the plane were clearly unaware of this, still using enthusiastic applause and cheers to send the two superheroes from the Seven, Homelander and Queen Maeve, toward the cockpit. Mr. Homelander, Queen Maeve, wait a moment. Loss stood up, wanting to prevent the catastrophe of the original work, and also to protect himself. Homelander, who had already reached the cockpit door, turned back and glanced at Loss with confusion. Loss quickly got up from his seat, wanting to follow Homelander into the cockpit. There is still one hijacker inside the cockpit, he has a firearm, Before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Homelander waving his index finger. No need for you to remind me, I have X-ray vision, I can see very clearly. Homelander tapped his sharp-angled brow bone with his finger and said without allowing any argument. He looked straight at Loss, his face still maintaining a gentle and relaxed smile, like kind sunshine. Your heart is beating very fast, you are clearly very scared, aren't you? I already told you, it's fine, just sit still, don't move around. Although Homelander's tone was peaceful, Loss sensed a hint of impatience in it. After all, Some passengers were still filming with their phones, and for Homelander, the rescue had to be performed perfectly. If he needed a passenger to remind him or help him, it would damage the reputation of the number one hero. Loss could only watch helplessly as Homelander took Queen Maeve and pushed the door open to enter the cockpit. Clearly, everything was playing out as in the original work, and things were about to spiral into an irreversible situation. Guys, do you think I can still survive this? Just as Loss expected. Half a minute later, the plane's turbulence did not ease. Instead, it grew more intense and out of control. Homelander and Queen Maeve hurried out of the cockpit. Homelander looked the same as before, still maintaining an impeccable smile, uttering soothing words about having already solved the problem. Only Queen Maeve's exquisite face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with a trace of panic as she whispered heatedly with Homelander. Things had reached this point. Loss knew very well that Homelander was about to abandon this out-of-control plane, and Queen Maeve, who was inferior to Wonder Woman, could never dissuade him. Homelander would never allow a stain of failed rescue to appear on his record. What should he do now? Even if he could use enhancement on his clothes, Loss felt he could not withstand the impact of falling from 10,000 meters. Even if he were lucky enough to survive, he would likely face Homelander's crazed retaliation and silencing afterward. The danger posed by Homelander was far beyond that of ordinary hijackers. Just as Loss was racking his brains, searching for a way to survive, a deep and powerful voice suddenly sounded. Hand over control of your body to me, and I will help you leave this place. The voice did not ring in his ears, but from the bottom of his heart, or perhaps, the depths of his soul. Loss, in his seat, felt the noise of the surrounding passengers gradually fade into silence, and the argument between Homelander and Queen Maeve nearby came to a standstill. Time seemed to have stopped, and the world became quieter than ever before. Loss closed his eyes again, his senses detaching from the out-of-control cabin at 10,000 meters, placing him in a closed, narrow space filled with a mysterious red, ghostly light. It was like the edge of the universe, the end of life. There was no other light, no cracks, and no sound. Deep within the silent red, ghostly light, only one mysterious male wearing a blue-based metal combat suit sat leaning in a corner, his hair disheveled. He was tall, and even though his body was withered and decayed, appearing thin and hunched, his superior skeletal structure still supported the battle-scarred lead combat suit he wore. His shriveled skin had lost the luster of life, and his eyelids carried a gloomy, deathly aura, yet his chest still bore the shaped golden glory totem, retaining an inviolable sense of oppression even in death. Superman. Loss wore an expression of disbelief. That was clearly the totem of a Kryptonian. But the Superman before him was vastly different from the Superman in his memory. In any DC universe, Superman is the protagonist, the ceiling of combat power, this is an indisputable fact. Yet the Superman before him looked like a prisoner, having reached the end of his own fate in life, alone in a pitch-black prison. Obtain my power, and those things outside will be nothing at all. The dead Superman lifted his jaw, sharp as if carved by a knife. The sides of his cheeks were plated with cold metal armor, and his arrogant, domineering eyes were visible through his messy, disheveled bangs. Even having been imprisoned for years under the radiation of a red sun, even dying here in solitude. His deep tone remained disdainful of Homelander, carrying an inherent, absolute dominance and pressure of a superior being. Loss suddenly remembered who the other party was. It was indeed Superman, but injustice Superman. One who, for the sake of absolute justice, abandoned all moral bottom lines to create an unjust league. An extreme Superman who attempted to dictate the entire world with the power of Superman. He had almost succeeded, only to fall at the very end. If he could obtain the power of injustice Superman, Homelander would indeed be nothing. Both the power of Superman and his dictatorial methods were absolutely superior. Just as Loss was thinking this, the memory and usage of a special ability flooded into his mind, as if it were innate. It was the special ability possessed by Superman called Open Black Lens Bracket Biofield Close Black Lens Bracket, which allowed him to perfectly control his strength when interacting with external objects. It was that simple. He had obtained the biofield. Loss subconsciously wanted to get closer to the dead Injustice Superman to obtain more of his abilities, but a raspy whisper from a third party suddenly sounded behind him. A friendly reminder. Don't go any further, kid. There was another expert. Loss turned his head toward the sound, and the scene that appeared before him was even more shocking than when he saw Injustice Superman. This was an urban battlefield that had undergone a brutal war, full of broken walls and ruins. The sky was still burning, the land was devastated, the world was like a furnace, and blood and ash drifted about. In the shattered New York, an old man in crimson armor lay on a collapsed wall, his back against the sunset. Half of his body was charred black. The armor on his body and his flesh were indistinguishable, and the golden gauntlet on his right hand was almost fused with his broken body. The energy engine on his chest was extinguished, and his weary eyes were filled with exhaustion. Is this for real? Iron Man. Loss's brain stalled for a moment. That hero who sacrificed himself in the Marvel Avengers Universe Endgame, the world's richest man, Playboy, Tony Stark. Iron Man and Injustice Superman, how did these two end up together? Loss looked at the dead Iron Man, then looked back at the dead Injustice Superman, and a flash of realization suddenly crossed his mind. No, it wasn't that they were together. It was his own existence that kept these two spirits, who had died in different American comic universes, linked together. Although they were spirits, it seemed they could converse. Loss asked politely, Mr. Iron Man, what did you mean just now? When I was very young, I learned a lesson. The free stuff is always the most expensive. If something can be solved with money, I'm even willing to spend several times more. The dead Iron Man twitched the corner of his mouth and said casually, hand over control of your body to them. Of course they can help you escape, but what happens after you escape? This isn't Gotham, don't act like the Riddler. Loss frowned, turned back to look at the dead Injustice Superman, and tentatively asked, if I hand over my body to you, will I still be me after you help me escape? The dead Injustice Superman did not respond, only watching him with calm eyes, as if telling him that this was a good deal. Loss knew the answer. He had no doubt that with the full power of Injustice Superman, he could easily escape the plane and even suppress Homelander. But after escaping, he might be completely controlled by the power of Injustice Superman and lose himself. This was Injustice Superman, not a god among men, but a dictator of the world, a lonely king of the universe. In other words, this was a Kryptonian demon god who possessed the power of Superman and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Loss realized that he had been too careless in dealing with these spirits. Even though they were dead, they had once been beings standing at the peak of their respective American comic universes, possessing extraordinary wisdom and abilities. Mr. Iron Man. Loss turned back, wanting to thank the dead Iron Man, but before he could speak, he inexplicably thought of something. Injustice Superman, as a king who dictated the world, was not to be trusted. Could the dead Iron Man be easily trusted then? Now that they were spirits, if they could only connect with external reality through him, might they also have other motives? The person before him was a genius with an IQ of 270. The dead Iron Man saw Loss's hesitation and seemed to have guessed his thoughts, instead showing a look of appreciation. That's it. You're much sharper than Peter. Don't trust any spirits, including me. He paused for a moment and continued. The method to resolve the situation on the plane has long been in your hands. If you can escape with your own strength, perhaps we can discuss a real deal in the future. The next moment, professional knowledge regarding aircraft structure and mechanical analysis flooded into Loss's mind. Iron Man said boldly, this is an extra gift, consider it a greeting. Withdrawing from the mysterious soul space, Loss's senses returned to the out-of-control Boeing plane, and time began to flow again. 10,000 meters above, the Boeing plane was on the verge of losing control, and the oxygen masks at every seat had fallen off on their own. Loss quickly reviewed everything in his mind. Obtained new ability, biofield. New knowledge, aircraft structure, and mechanical analysis. That rich fool Stark, just professional knowledge. At least give me an anti-Homelander suit. Loss looked down at his hands, quickly seemed to think of the so-called solution, and immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and walked toward Homelander. It is fine. The hijackers have been dealt with, and the turbulence is just due to an updraft. Homelander smiled and explained loudly to the passengers, while lowering his voice to say to Queen Maeve, who was standing beside him. Let us go. Even if I knew how to fly a plane, it would be useless. The cockpit has been destroyed, and this plane is completely unsalvageable. No, it should not be like this. Facing the hopeful gazes of over 100 passengers and looking at the young girl not far away who looked like a little angel, Queen Maeve's remaining conscience could not bear it. She anxiously suggested, go outside and lift the plane. Lift? How do I lift it? Homelander looked at Queen Maeve with annoyance and replied dismissively, at this speed, I would just punch right through the plane, or the fuselage would flip over. Queen Maeve's nails dug into her palms as she desperately tried to come up with another idea, then take the passengers down one by one. Homelander laughed, as if he had heard a joke. One by one. There are over 100 passengers. You want me to fly back and forth over 100 times? There were too many people, he could not save them all. Even if he could save some passengers, his incompetence today would be exposed. Rather than that, it would be better to save none of them and pretend he had never been on the plane in the first place. Homelander had made up his mind and was just about to force Queen Maeve to leave when he saw a young man walking towards them, ignoring the turbulence of the fuselage. It was the Chinese youth who had earlier called out to remind everyone that the hijackers were armed. The other party had well-defined features, bright and piercing eyes, a clean and sunny buzz cut, and a slender build, wearing a generic hoodie and faded jeans. What surprised Homelander was that the young man's heartbeat was much steadier than before. He was calm and composed. Mr. Homelander, Ms. Queen Maeve. Loss stepped forward to greet them and quickly introduced himself. My name is Loss. I just passed the admission application for Godolphin University. Queen Maeve was still anxiously thinking of solutions and had not noticed Loss approaching. She only instinctively looked at the young man upon hearing his voice. Godolphin University. She was slightly surprised. That was a school under Vought International, specifically designed to recruit and train newly adult supes, providing a steady stream of reserve heroes for the Seven. Many of the current members of the Seven had graduated from the Godolphin University Lamplighter School of Crime Fighting. So what? Homelander looked at Loss indifferently. He was just a student at a school owned by Vought International and had no value to him. He assumed the other party wanted to beg him for a rescue. Loss stated bluntly, my ability is to perform an enhancement on non-living things. Enhance objects. Queen Maeve could not hide the disappointment in her eyes. Unfortunately, it was not an ability like teleportation or flight, which were completely useless in the current situation. Loss continued, I just thought of the worst-case scenario. The plane loses control, and the cockpit cannot maneuver the plane for an emergency landing. If that happens, perhaps I can perform an enhancement on parts of the plane's materials, making them harder and more pressure-resistant. After calculating the best stress points, Mr. Homelander could briefly lift and land the plane. This was the solution Loss had come up with to break the deadlock. He knew that Homelander did not have a biofield and could not distribute his strength evenly across the fuselage, but his open black lens bracket enhancement close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket biofield close black lens bracket could compensate for this. Of course. A minute ago, Loss would never have imagined that after transmigrating here, he would start off by saving a plane with Homelander. Wait, this might actually work. Upon hearing Loss's explanation and proposal, Queen Maeve's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Homelander eagerly and said in a pleading tone, John, let us try our best. I beg you. John is Homelander's real name. Homelander did not speak. He was still hesitating deep down. In his view, the lives of over 100 passengers were not worth mentioning. Going through all this trouble just felt exhausting. It would be better to go home and take a nap. Loss looked at the silent Homelander. Mr. Homelander, I have actually always been a fan of yours. Applying to Godolphin University was also so I could follow in your footsteps. He laid the groundwork simply, then clenched his right fist and waved it up and down vigorously, unable to hide his excitement. This time, you are about to save over 100 passengers. Without a doubt, this will be the biggest news of the year, bar none. I have even thought of the headline, The Power of Patriotism, Rivaling the Gods. The composition for the front page section would be you, single-handedly holding up a runaway plane full of passengers for a landing. This scene, like a god descending among men, will surely go viral and be worshipped by the people. Homelander, who had originally intended to force Queen Maeve to leave, suddenly shuddered upon hearing this, his heart pounding. Many of the heroic deeds of the Seven were staged, filmed, and marketed by Vought International. Homelander was already accustomed to many exaggerated rescue scripts. But this time, hearing Loss's legendary and vivid marketing description of the rescue, Homelander felt a tingling sensation throughout his body and soul. It was as if he had drunk fresh milk and reached a peak of satisfaction, with the thunderous, tsunami-like praises of the citizens of New York City vaguely ringing in his ears. The power of patriotism, rivaling the gods. A god among men. Listen to that, this is true marketing. Compared to this young man who had just come of age, those marketing personnel at Vought International who called themselves elites were all just idiots wasting time and US dollars. Loss looked at Homelander, who was once again wearing a brilliant smile, and knew the turning point had arrived. Homelander might not care about the lives of the passengers, but he cared far too much about his own reputation as a superhero. Homelander restrained the smile on his face and looked at Loss with unprecedented solemnity and seriousness, his hands unconsciously resting on his shoulders. Can your ability actually do it? Even if you die later, you must hold on for me. Do not mess this up. If it could really be achieved, why not give it a try? Homelander was absolutely thrilled right now. Loss felt the pressure of the hands landing on him. He met Homelander's gaze face to face and nodded. He knew Homelander was not just encouraging him, but also threatening him. Loss. Queen Maeve, standing to the side, looked at the young man who had changed Homelander's mind with just a few sentences, her brain still feeling a bit dazed. She could not help but say, "Are you really from Godolphin University? I think you should have gone into journalism. Soon, according to Loss's calculations and planning. Homelander cut off the rear cabin and cargo hold of the runaway plane in midair, reducing the plane's own weight as much as possible, leaving only the important nose and cabin section. Queen Maeve had every passenger fasten their seatbelts, put on oxygen masks, and threw the corpses previously laid out on the floor out of the cabin to reduce the load on the fuselage. Loss continuously used his open black lens bracket enhancement close black lens bracket ability, just to strengthen the nose and cabin floor, which were the pressure-resistant cores, as much as possible, ensuring the remaining incomplete fuselage would not disintegrate when Homelander exerted force. Everything was ready. When the runaway Boeing plane descended to an altitude of about 3,000 meters and appeared in the sky above the New York coastline, Homelander floated in the air, spread his arms, and lifted the nose of the plane. Hum. Under the teeth-grinding sound of metal twisting and breaking, the top of the nose dented almost instantly, but it did not completely turn into a hole. Homelander's arms and half of his body sank into the nose, erupting with powerful strength to hold up the runaway plane. This was Loss's ability taking effect. While Homelander was exerting force outside, Loss, inside the cockpit, was also exerting force, using enhancement to strengthen the nose material as much as possible, and using the biofield to slow the disintegration of the fuselage cracks. Under the raging storm, metal fragments kept falling off the remaining fuselage. As the incomplete plane continued to descend in altitude, its speed continued to slow until it stopped precariously at a low altitude over the coast. His star-spangled cape fluttering, Homelander descended on the New York shore, carrying the heavily damaged half fuselage and all the basically surviving passengers on the plane. The applause at the scene was thunderous. And when fire trucks, ambulances, helicopters, police cars, and media reporters surrounded the plane's emergency landing site, packing it tightly. A Chinese youth had already blended into the crowd and quietly left, not stealing even a shred of the spotlight from Homelander, nor did he intend to appear in news interviews. Analyzing mechanics and aircraft architecture, planning the emergency landing, and using his superpower continuously had drained his physical and mental energy. Loss was burnt out, exhausted to the point of collapse. He just wanted this incident to end here, It would be best if Homelander did not remember him, and he could find a place to stay low and develop steadily. However, that might be a bit difficult. Surrounded by various media outlets and camera flashes, Homelander, like a superstar, flashed his signature smile while secretly noting the name Loss in his heart. He had been thoroughly pleased by Loss. That Chinese kid was definitely a talent and very much to his taste. This refers to marketing and planning. Queen Maeve, at the temporary interview stand, also occasionally looked at the departing back of the Chinese youth with a slightly dazed gaze. Loss, a freshman at Godolphin University. She also firmly noted this name. If not for the other party's intervention today, it would have likely turned into a completely different situation. It was afternoon, and the flow of traffic heading toward the coast was increasing. Loss flagged down a taxi near the shore, leaving the scene that was about to become overcrowded. The taxi's radio channel was broadcasting the incident of a flight hijacked by terrorists, as well as the heroic feat of Homelander lifting the plane wreckage to make an emergency landing. The black driver asked in amazement, "Hey, you just came from the beach, did you see Homelander lift the plane?" Loss was staring absent-mindedly at the bustling traffic outside the window and nodded subconsciously. Not only did he see it, he had participated in it. The driver turned up the volume on the radio. This rescue event is destined to shake America and affect the world. A congressman stated in an interview that this move by Homelander will very likely push forward the bill for Supes to join the military. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Loss toyed with a 5-cent coin in his hand, which flashed with the blinding light of the sun as the metal surface flipped. He looked at his young, handsome Asian face reflected in the car window and snapped out of his daze. He had truly transmigrated into the American comic world where Homelander existed. And he had changed the timeline of the original story where the plane crashed and no one survived. The history of the original story might have changed because of this, but that was no longer important. As a newcomer, Loss could only take things one step at a time. He watched the cent coin spinning continuously on his index finger. His control over his power was becoming increasingly smooth, with almost no loss or delay. Compared to the open black lens bracket enhancement close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket deterioration close black lens bracket abilities he possessed, the open black lens bracket biofield close black lens bracket obtained from Injustice Superman gave Loss more of a tangible sense of possessing extraordinary abilities. After all, the former could only affect non-living objects, while the latter allowed Loss to subtly feel changes within himself. The biofield allowed him to perfectly control his own strength and penetrating power, and cover the things he touched with a uniform force field. In other words, it was both the foundation and passive ability of Superman, and also the aspect that made Superman's existence lean towards divinity. It allowed Superman to lift planes and buildings without damaging the planes and buildings themselves, and kept his clothing from being easily damaged. It was nothing short of a miracle. As Loss's own strength grew, the effect of the biofield would become more significant, and after reaching a certain level, it could even allow him to break free from the shackles of gravity. However, besides superpowers, what helped me more this time was knowledge. The coin flipped from his fingertip, and Loss caught the humming coin in his palm, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. He hadn't forgotten. If not for the professional knowledge imparted by Iron Man, his intelligence regarding Homelander, who appeared to be a hero but was actually a giant baby, and finally manipulating Homelander through his reputation, even possessing superpowers would have been useless. To turn the tables in adversity and win in the end, knowledge and ability were both indispensable. After all, even someone as strong as Injustice Superman could lose miserably. By drawing lessons from the fates of the two spirits, Iron Man and Injustice Superman, Loss vaguely knew what kind of path he wanted to take. Omniscience, omnipotence. Of course. For now, he should just think about how to survive in America, under the watchful eye of Homelander and filled with death flags. Loss touched his empty stomach, and then his wallet, which was even emptier than his stomach, his expression awkward. "Young man, we have arrived at your destination." The taxi stopped. Loss got out of the car, paid the fare with the little money he had left, carried his backpack, and looked up at the academy located in the New York City area. Surrounded by lush greenery, modern buildings stood in rows, fountains glittered in the sun, and the metal statues of the seven stood among them. It was none other than Godolphin University. The self-introduction he gave to Homelander and Queen Maeve on the plane earlier was not a lie. As a supe, Loss had previously lived in a welfare institution, a juvenile detention center for supes. Having just turned 18 this year, he was admitted to Godolphin University, with tuition and accommodation fees waived, becoming a freshman there. In this world where supes were everywhere, Godolphin University was a special educational institution that specifically recruited young adult supes to cultivate superheroes who used their abilities to fight crime. It sounded good, but the one flying over New York in this world was not Superman, but Homelander. So-called crime fighting and superheroes were just a business with infinite profits. Vought International's goal was never to save the world, but to build a dictatorial empire. As an institution under Vought International, Godolphin University appeared to be dedicated to training excellent supe graduates to join the seven led by Homelander, but in reality, it likely hid even greater darkness and conspiracies. Loss vaguely remembered a spin-off series called Gen V, from his past life, which was the story of Godolphin University, but unfortunately, he didn't know much about it. If he had a choice, he would definitely not have come to Godolphin University. But Loss had nowhere else to go. If he dropped out, he would be forcibly transferred by the local government to an adult detention center exclusively for supes, where his personal freedom would be severely restricted. If he suddenly applied to drop out now, it would very likely attract the attention of the school authorities, and even Homelander. I cannot drop out, but I must quickly master the ability and capital to protect myself. Loss calculated inwardly. In the boy's universe, the law of the jungle where the strong prey on the weak was magnified infinitely. As long as one's superpowers were strong enough, one could walk sideways in New York and even the whole world. Money, fame, and status, the winner took all. If you were strong enough to be invincible, even Wall Street Capital and the White House would have to compliment you. Homelander was the most vivid example of this. The spirits of injustice Superman and Iron Man flashed through Loss's mind. After settling into the school, he would have to have a good talk with those two. Loss strolled through Godolphin University. It had everything other schools possessed. Teaching buildings, libraries, gymnasiums, cafeterias, information towers, etc. Everywhere one looked, there were meticulously trimmed lawns and flower beds. It was a standard ivory tower-style higher education institution that could satisfy the imagination of any college student. And it also had things other schools didn't. He watched a student who was also exercising on the playground suddenly vanish as if teleporting, and after a few seconds, the person reappeared on the playground with a bottle of cola in hand. Besides that, there were people on campus who breathed fire through their noses, and some who used electricity from their palms to style their hair. There was also someone performing by using their buttocks to suck up a bucket of water. My eyes need washing. Loss was trying hard to adapt to the current college campus where extraordinary beings were everywhere. After simply understanding the campus map layout, Loss completed his school registration, downloaded the school's exclusive app on his touchscreen smartphone, and after binding his identity, he could see a lot of information, including the location of his dormitory. Following the campus map guide, he quickly found his double-occupancy dormitory on the third floor of the campus apartment. But, pushing the door open and entering, Loss's dark pupils experienced an earthquake. Under the sunset glow streaming in from the dormitory window, a Chinese girl was changing her top in the room, revealing a beautiful and exquisite figure, as well as her mounds not constrained by any close-fitting fabric. The beauty of youth was fully exposed to view. Sorry, I entered the wrong dorm. Loss quickly shut the door and double-checked the message on his phone against the dorm number, only to find he hadn't made a mistake. Just then, the dorm door opened again. The Chinese-American girl, still in the middle of changing, wore a blank expression. Despite her cute and delicate face, she had a bit of a poker face, revealing no emotions or micro-expressions. She pulled a t-shirt over her petite upper body without a care for her previous exposure, all while sizing up Loss at the door. You must be Loss. You didn't enter the wrong door, we're in the same dorm. Loss frowned slightly, feeling even more surprised. Godolkin University dorms are co-ed. I can also be a man. The Chinese-American girl said calmly, using her hands to slick back her short, ear-length black hair. The next instant, her appearance and physique shifted, an Adam's apple protruded, her frame broadened, and she transformed into a handsome, neutral-looking man with slicked back hair. Is this their ability? Loss was deeply shocked. The male roommate, his voice now deep and resonant, said calmly, "You can see it on the Godolkin University app. My name is Jordan. I'm an intersex person who can freely switch between male and female forms. My abilities also change depending on my gender state." Jordan, now in his male form, still wore a poker face but reached out his right hand to Loss in a friendly gesture. Maybe it's because we're both of Chinese descent that the school assigned us to the same dorm. Nice to meet you. I'm Loss, nice to meet you. As Loss shook his hand, he felt like Mahoraga, with a Dharmachakra wheel at the back of his head rotating once more. Fine, he had adapted. This godfool the boys' universe. The school dorm was quite large. Since only 2 people lived there, the space was overall quite generous, with plenty of private territory. Loss took a quick look around. His roommate, who could be male or female, kept their bed and desk clean and tidy. The area was filled with books and expensive electronics, clearly indicating a well-off family background. Even the t-shirt they were wearing casually was an Italian designer brand. Loss only had one set of clothes and a pair of canvas shoes to his name. Aside from a smartphone that was worth a bit of money, he just moved in carrying a tacky backpack. Jordan quickly shifted back to her female form. It seemed she preferred being female in private. She lay on her single bed across the room, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear, and looked down at a book about fighting crime. The author of the book was Professor Brink, who held a position at Godolkin University second only to the dean. Looking like a young lady of high standing, Jordan lay on the bed reading, while actually sizing up her new roommate with her peripheral vision. Loss, Chinese American. Good build, handsome features, tall and slender, about 183 centimeters tall, with the steady and introverted temperament of a STEM student. His ability was a non-combat type, enhancement and degradation of items. He had basically 0 followers online, and his current student ranking was 384th. Clearly, he was in no way a competitor who could enter the Lamplighter crime-fighting academy. Jordan's thoughts drifted, and the tension she had been holding inside loosened slightly. At Godolkin University, students were classmates, but also each other's most direct competitors. After all, only 5 graduates from the entire school could sign a contract with the government each year. Those who had a chance to join the 7 were few and far between in the school's history. It all came down to strength and luck. Loss's almost rock-bottom ranking made Jordan breathe a secret sigh of relief, and she developed a favorable first impression of him. It was the start of the semester, and with it being spring, the men and women walking in pairs down the hallway below exuded a thick air of hormones. Jordan suddenly closed her book. Loss, as roommates who will be living together for the next 3 years, why don't we get to know each other a bit better? Sure, how so? Loss agreed casually, assuming it meant going out for a drink or a meal, which was perfect, as he had no money. Little did he know, the female roommate across from him bit her glossy lip, reached out to pat her bed, and traced a finger from the collar of her shirt, down past her chest, all the way to where her legs were crossed. Want to come up? She proposed this in a very calm tone, as if she were inviting him to play a simple 2-player game. Loss almost couldn't process it. Were college students this open now? Inviting someone to have intimate contact the moment they met, even if this was America. Of course. He had to admit, she was a fool-good roommate, that kind of loyalty was beyond reproach. Just then, 2 low, raspy chuckles faintly echoed from the depths of his soul. Loss cursed inwardly. These 2 ancient, undead geezers had no sense of decorum. Jordan explained, I'm not a casual person. I just figure that since we'll be living together, and you're not bad looking, there's no harm in us satisfying each other's needs if the urge arises. She looked at the unmoved Loss and raised an eyebrow. Are you into something else? Or is it that the female version of me isn't your type? Neither. Loss was just afraid of being drained dry. He replied tactfully, I spent the whole day flying, I'm just too tired. Even after being rejected, Jordan remained expressionless and shrugged indifferently, easily changing the subject. Then how about dinner tonight? No sooner had she spoken than she clearly felt Loss's eagerness and desire. Great. I'm ready. Why don't we go to the cafeteria now? Seeing Loss so spirited and showing absolutely no signs of fatigue, Jordan couldn't help but wonder if she just wasn't charming enough as a woman. 10 minutes later. In a corner of the Godolphin University cafeteria. At the table, Jordan watched Loss sitting across from her, devouring his steak and burger, and suddenly understood. All right, the guy was probably just poor. She immediately offered quite generously, Loss, I'll cover your meals on campus from now on. Loss was busy wrestling with his medium-well steak with a fork, and upon hearing his roommate's generous offer, he was moved to the verge of tears. America still had good people, real heroes. Where else could you find a roommate like this? Loss swallowed the meat in his mouth, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and quickly replied. Consider it a debt. I'll pay you back once I have money. Sure, no problem. Jordan nodded calmly, swirling the red wine in her glass to let it breathe before taking a light sip. She didn't dwell on the issue. After dinner, the two headed back to their dorm. Unexpectedly, as they passed the school field, a voice dripping with sarcasm came from behind. Hey, babe, found a boyfriend already? Jordan frowned, and Loss turned to look. He saw a large, hulking white youth, with several other shirtless students in jerseys standing behind him. The guy had a mocking look on his face, his muscular hands tucked into his pockets, and his gaze shifted from Jordan to Loss standing beside her. You should have picked me instead. Maybe I could satisfy you better. Rufus, are you looking for a death wish? Jordan's already poker-faced expression was filled with coldness, and she clenched her fists in warning. Come on then. Let me see if your strength is worthy of your 21st place ranking in school. Rufus beckoned with his finger, unimpressed. Jordan couldn't hide her anger, and she was just about to tell Loss, whose ability was non-combat, to get out of the way. Unexpectedly, Loss stepped forward instead, clutching a pen he was carrying in his right palm, as if it were a dagger. Loss applied open black lens bracket enhancement close black lens bracket to the pen in his hand. The sharp tip, now uncapped, glinted coldly in the night as he pointed it at Rufus and his group. After his conversation with Jordan at dinner, Loss had a better understanding of Godolphin University. In the current campus for Supes, the brutal law of the jungle prevailed, meaning that a certain amount of bullying, like what Rufus was doing, was even tacitly approved by the school authorities. It was like raising venomous insects. A high-pressure competitive environment could quickly weed out the weak, and Godolphin University cared least about moral character when it came to its requirements for outstanding graduates. The school wasn't cultivating heroes, but powerful super-powered individuals. Therefore, on this first day of school, Loss would not back down under any circumstances. Once you retreat, the whole school will look down on you. He dared to face even Homelander, let alone these so-called school bullies. What can a pen do? Rufus and the group of young people behind him laughed when they saw this. But laughter aside, Rufus could feel that Loss was serious. His dark eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, without the slightest hint of cowardice, as if he would really risk his life fighting if a brawl broke out. Who is this guy? I haven't seen him in the top 100 school rankings. Rufus couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He had originally just wanted to pick on a soft target. Just as tensions between the two sides were high, a beautiful figure arrived on the playground. Her appearance instantly broke the stalemate and became the focus of everyone's attention. Loss glanced over. Under the dim lights of the track, a long leg clad in a tall boot stepped out from the darkness, shining brightly. This was a stunning blonde girl. A plain white long shirt, tight black shorts, the space between the tall boots and the super short shorts formed a breathtaking absolute territory. Snow white, slender, and smooth, without a single pore or blemish. Nice legs. Loss couldn't help but take another look. Her skin was so white it reflected light, and her pure golden hair, which reached her waist, shimmered like satin in the night. Her features were as delicate as a doll's, with red lips and white teeth, and her slightly exposed flat abdomen had not an ounce of fat. Her figure could rival any cover girl on any issue of a New York fashion magazine. The blonde girl asked, Rufus, do you need me to notify the Madam Headmaster now? Kate, good evening. Rufus licked his dry lips. He didn't hide his desire at all. His greedy gaze seemed to be glued to Kate, as if he were looking at his own private property. The other party's words also made Rufus wary. The school authorities had always turned a blind eye to bullying, but if things went too far or were reported to the headmaster. Without thinking too much, Rufus waved his hand. Consider yourselves lucky, let's go. After Rufus and the group of young basketball players swaggered away, Jordan thanked Kate. Thanks. She knew Kate had intentionally stepped in to help them out. If they had clashed with Rufus, she and Loss alone wouldn't have come out on top. I'm glad you're okay. Kate returned a sweet smile and said kindly, I'm organizing an off-campus mixer for the weekend. Many freshmen have already joined, and you too are welcome to come. We'll consider it carefully and give you an answer then. Loss, let's go. Jordan pulled Loss by the arm and walked away. After leaving the playground some distance behind, Jordan didn't wait for Loss to ask too many questions and directly introduced the group from just now. The leader is Rufus. His abilities are mind reading and mind control. Once he touches you at close range, you basically lose your combat capability. Jordan sighed. My school ranking is about the same as his. He's 22nd, I'm 21st. He probably wanted to suppress me to improve his ranking. You were dragged into this because of me. Loss had actually guessed that long ago. At Godolphin University, students are ranked upon enrollment based on their superpowers and the number of personal fans they have. The higher the ranking, the more opportunities to study at the Lamplighter Academy for fighting crime, and after graduation, to obtain a government hero contract, or even join the Seven. That blonde girl? Loss asked curiously. Kate. Her school ranking upon enrollment was already 12th. Her ability is similar to Rufus's, she can manipulate other people's thoughts through physical contact. Jordan seemed to think of something and looked at Loss seriously. You should know that while we possess superpowers, we also have some personal flaws. Loss nodded. The source of soups in this world is not innate genetic mutation, nor acquired variation. It is because they were injected with compound versus manufactured by Vought International as infants, which activated their potential. This also causes most soups to have more or less physical and psychological defects. Of course, only a very few people know this intelligence. According to Vought International's external propaganda, the existence of soups is the son of God. Jordan continued, psychic-type ability users like them are very tricky, and they all have some psychological issues. If I can help it, I don't like associating with these people. Especially Kate, she is far more dangerous than Rufus. Speaking of which, Jordan looked at Loss playfully, you have a crush on her, don't you? As a male, I can understand. Loss subconsciously wanted to explain, but thought better of it. It's not really a crush. At most, he just likes long legs, it's human nature. But I still advise you to just give up. Jordan patted Loss on the shoulder and said earnestly, she has many pursuers. As far as I know, half of the top 30 in school have a crush on her. Currently, the ones with the best chance are probably Golden Boy, who is ranked 2nd, and Andre Anderson, who is ranked 6th. Loss asked curiously, who is ranked 1st? Blind spot. But he's a junior and has already left the school. It seems he's about to join the Seven. Jordan's tone was full of envy. Being able to join the Seven and become a member of the top superhero team is the goal and ideal of all students at Godolphin University. Only Loss, who saw through everything, shook his head inwardly at this. Join the Seven and work with Homelander. Are you kidding me? That's hell ahead. Meanwhile, in the center of New York City, at Vought International. Ashley, one of the executives at Vought International and Homelander's PR assistant and secretary, was leading Homelander to a brightly lit training ground. Inside the training ground, a young man wearing a pitch-black blindfold and a tactical suit was already waiting with his hands behind his back. Homelander, this is Blindspot. Ashley smiled and introduced him to Homelander. Translucent is still missing, and the company has already presumed him dead. We recommend Blindspot to temporarily join the 7. I am Blindspot. It is a great honor to meet you, sir. Blindspot spoke with a trembling voice, his face unable to hide his joy, and greeted Homelander excitedly. Homelander smiled and looked with surprise at Blindspot, whose eyes were completely covered. Wait, you actually know it's me. With super ears, I don't need super eyes. Blindspot pointed to his superior ears, saying proudly and with a touch of humor. Homelander's eye muscle twitched, but his smile remained as gentle as ever. That's impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Blindspot was very happy. He knew that as long as he gained Homelander's approval, he would be an official member of the 7. But what he didn't know was that ahead lies hell. I must say, this is truly amazing. Looking at Blindspot, Homelander let out a hearty laugh, gave a thumbs up, and praised him. To be able to overcome your own shortcomings and reach this point today. You, my friend, you are a true hero. Facing Homelander's unsparing praise. Blindspot, and even Ashley, who had followed Homelander for many years, both thought that all the handover matters were proceeding smoothly. If nothing unexpected happened, Vought International would hold a press conference in New York tomorrow to publicly announce Blindspot joining the 7. But at this moment, Homelander suddenly reached out his hands, clad in dark red gloves, and slammed them with lightning speed onto Blindspot's ears. Blindspot, immersed in the joy of being recognized by his idol, was completely unable to react. Smack! Almost instantly. Blindspot's ears were a bloody mess, his eardrums shattered instantly. He fell to the ground screaming, blood splattering everywhere. Now, you are just an ordinary, incompetent, fool-blind man. Homelander's expression changed instantly. He looked down coldly at the wailing Blindspot on the ground and turned to look at his assistant. Ashley, what makes you think I would agree to let a disabled person join my team? Ashley looked in terror at Blindspot, whose ears were destroyed, and the training ground floor stained red with blood. She was terrified out of her wits. Homelander snorted coldly and commanded Ashley in an unquestionable tone. From now on, I will set my own agenda, and you will report everything about Vought International to me. He curled his lips contemptuously. Besides, Ashley, you do not have the authority to decide who joins the 7. I understand. Ashley, trembling all over, nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Looking at the severely injured and unconscious Blindspot on the ground, Homelander felt that his good mood for the day was gone. Was Vought International out of talent? Why were they all such useless trash? Without him, Vought International would be finished sooner or later. Right. Homelander suddenly remembered the young man named Loss he had encountered at the hijacking scene today. That kid wasn't bad. Although his superpower was a bit weak, he fit his taste for publicity perfectly. If there were no other choices, the other party would be more suitable to replace the missing Translucent and join the 7. Of course, before that, he had to confirm Translucent's death. He wanted to see a person if they were alive, or a corpse if they were dead. Homelander's face was cold. He had to know who was working against the 7 and daring to challenge the dignity of a god. Godolkin University. Deep in the night, heavily armed security guards were stationed all over the campus. The campus, which was full of laughter and joy during the day, seemed to have turned into a heavily guarded military base at night. Inside the dark apartment dormitory, Loss lay on the bed, not falling asleep immediately, his consciousness subtly sinking into the deepest space of his soul. After a period of silence and darkness, Loss opened his eyes again. Injustice Superman, wearing the Kryptonian battle suit with the golden royal totem, and Iron Man, whose broken body was fused with his steel armor. The two were like earth-bound spirits maintaining the state of their final moments before death, staying in the Red Sun radiation cage and on the Endgame battlefield, respectively. Ignoring Injustice Superman, Loss went straight to greet Iron Man. Good evening, Mr. Iron Man. Iron Man replied. Just call me by my name, Stark will do. Loss sat cross-legged on the edge of the soul space near the Endgame battlefield, his line of sight level with the semi-reclining Iron Man. Mr. Stark, what was the deal you mentioned before? Very simple. Iron Man snapped his fingers with his left hand, which lacked the Infinity Gauntlet, and locked eyes with Loss. As long as you promise me that once you have enough strength and capital, you will take me back to my original universe, I will pass on Stark Industries technology to you. Stark Industries technology. Loss's heart pounded. That included the Iron Man armor, artificial intelligence, the arc reactor, and a whole series of era-defining black technology. It was hard not to be tempted, but Iron Man's condition was not simple at all. Loss frowned. He was currently in the boys' universe, while the original universe where Iron Man lived before his death was the Marvel Avengers 616 universe from another comic series. Cross-universe travel is very difficult and very dangerous. Loss felt very troubled. He hesitated for half a second before changing the subject. You need to add more to the deal. Iron Man rolled his eyes and couldn't help but retort. Loss, you're more like a businessman than I am. He thought for a moment and readily added to the bargaining chips. In addition to Stark Industries technology, let's add the atomic structure of vibranium from my universe. The structure of vibranium. Loss was a little surprised. The boys' universe didn't have vibranium, so what did he need the structural knowledge of this special metal for? But looking at Iron Man, his intuition told Loss that this was very important to him. After some thought, Loss finally decided, it's a deal. The ability and capital for cross-universe travel that Iron Man spoke of would likely be a matter for many years later in the boys' universe. Enjoy the present first, who cares about what happens later? Iron Man mused. The amount of technical knowledge from Stark Industries is too vast. If I transmit it all to you at once, a normal human brain capacity would be fried. I'll transmit it in segments, it should take about a year to digest. Loss pondered for a moment. Let's selectively receive useful knowledge based on my needs in reality. Then the knowledge you need most right now is this. As Iron Man's words fell, several pieces of knowledge appeared in Loss's mind. Chemical equations, atomic nucleus analysis, the Big Bang. What use is this specialized knowledge? Before Loss could think too much, Iron Man explained, I want to talk to you about your ability. My ability, the enhancement and degradation of non-living objects. That is just the most intuitive external manifestation of the ability you possess. Iron Man shook his head and analyzed. I have observed the items you applied your ability to. The effects of enhancement and degradation persist and do not change over time. This indicates that your ability has permanently altered the internal atomic structure of the items. Loss was shocked and looked down at his hands. He seemed to understand. In other words, when I appear to enhance or degrade an item, I am actually modifying it into a different substance, equivalent to alchemy. Iron Man nodded. That should be it. It's just that your knowledge base was insufficient before, and your understanding of the internal structure of matter was lacking, so you were only rewriting items instinctively. If you have enough knowledge reserves and continue to develop your ability to rewrite matter precisely, you might be able to achieve the effect of turning stone into gold. Loss's eyes grew brighter and brighter. If Iron Man's analysis was correct, his seemingly auxiliary ability, if developed further, might make it possible to handcraft armor and vibranium. It had to be said, as expected of Iron Man, he saw the essence of the ability at a glance. Facing Loss's admiring gaze, Iron Man twitched his little mustache, feeling smug. Call me teacher, and you won't be at a loss. Teacher. Gazing at Iron Man, Loss nodded seriously in response. He had felt something was off before. If given enough time, he likely could have discovered the nature of his own abilities. However, Iron Man's analysis and guidance had genuinely saved him from taking many detours. And this wasn't part of the deal they had previously agreed upon. Just a joke, no need to take it so seriously. Iron Man smiled, though Loss's seriousness made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He knew that when teaching a child, one couldn't just keep pouring in technical knowledge. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. This was a lesson he only understood after teaching Spider-Man Peter Parker. Iron Man and Loss were still talking when Injustice Superman, who had been watching from the side, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Boring. The deep, powerful voice echoed in the depths of his soul. In Injustice Superman's view, Iron Man's so-called knowledge and the development of Loss's own abilities were nothing more than child's play. Krypton also possesses the universe's top scientific technology. Do you know why I don't use it? Injustice Superman's weathered face was expressionless, as if stating an iron law of the universe: in the face of absolute power, everything appears small and feeble. Lois looked at Injustice Superman, who still radiated a tyrannical might even in death, and suddenly remembered a phrase. My super intelligence tells me that now is the time to use super strength. Only Superman could say that. Lois smiled and said, Mr. Superman, since you feel bored, would you like to participate in the deal? He was just speaking off the cuff, but to his surprise, Injustice Superman replied directly, why not? Lois was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, do you also want to return to your original universe? I wouldn't be so dull as to keep obsessing over the past. Injustice Superman lifted his chiseled, rugged face and said wantonly, you control the school outside, and I will give you the complete physiology of an engineered Kryptonian. Control the entire world outside, and I will grant you the physiology of a combat-type Kryptonian. Lois was shaken. Unlike Iron Man's proposal to return to the original Marvel Universe, Injustice Superman's condition was for him to become a dictator in the boys' universe. Did the deal the other party proposed have ulterior motives? Regardless, it was hard for Lois not to be tempted. That was the Kryptonian racial physiology, the complete power of a Kryptonian. Iron Man's Mark armor was certainly cool, but who wouldn't want high damage in their left fist, high damage in their right fist, and to be invincible in the world with the power of Superman? Lois suppressed the excitement in his heart and quickly said, regarding the deal you mentioned, I need a deposit. The deceased Injustice Superman did not move. A pair of eyes peeked through his disheveled hair, gazing at Lois domineeringly. The next moment, another Superman ability, different from the biofield, appeared in Lois's mind. Inside the two-person dormitory, the sound of Jordan's light breathing came from the adjacent bed. Lois opened his eyes and sat up in the pitch-black darkness, his surging emotions difficult to calm down for a moment. This sole conversation with the spirits of Iron Man and Injustice Superman had yielded huge gains. First, he learned that the nature of his ability was to convert matter. Then, he obtained knowledge regarding material construction, as well as the technical database of Stark Industries. And then, a brand new Superman ability. Lois rubbed his eyes, and in an instant, his vision ignored the darkness of the night, seeing everything in the two-person dormitory in minute detail. On the adjacent bed, his roommate Jordan was sleeping under the covers. Her loungewear under the quilt, her petite and exquisite body covered by the pajamas, the muscles and blood vessels beneath her skin texture, and even her gently beating heart. It was like opening a window. The world in Lois's eyes was clearer, brighter, and more transparent than ever before. This was the Superman ability of open black lens bracket X-ray vision close black lens bracket. Wherever Lois's gaze landed, it was like an X-ray scanning the entire two-person dormitory. As his X-ray vision shifted, his gaze easily penetrated the reinforced concrete of the dormitory walls, discerning the neighboring dormitories and the corridor outside the building. The entire complex student apartment building was as clear as a three-dimensional transparent model. He saw the hundreds of students sleeping in the various dormitories of the apartment, saw the armed security guards quietly patrolling the corridors, and saw the water flowing in the pipes within the wall cavities of the hallway. Although he lacked supervision, making it difficult for Lois to see things at a greater distance, everything within a 100-meter range was visible from outside to inside. Using X-ray vision is fun for a moment, and using it constantly is always fun. Lois kept testing the newly acquired X-ray vision. At this stage, this ability was far more practical than the biofield. One place quickly caught his attention. It wasn't the armed security guards quietly standing watch in the darkness of the campus, but directly beneath the school apartment. Lois looked down. 20 or 30 meters deep underground, there were specialized laboratories, each holding a student. These students were either completely naked or wearing pure white clothes, tied to operating tables, staring blankly at the dark forest painted on the laboratory wall. Even though it was late at night, the laboratories hidden deep beneath the school were still brightly lit. Many researchers wearing hazmat suits and gas masks were going in and out of the labs, conducting unknown experiments on the students, occasionally using inhumane tools like chainsaws, hammers, and viruses. Under the X-ray vision, Loss's pupils suddenly constricted. This was the secret of Godolphin University, its true core. Every year, apart from the very few SUP students who could sign with the government to be packaged as superheroes, more students became tools for VOD International to shoot promotional videos and hero movies, and some students were left behind forever in the underground of Godolphin University as test subjects. These unknown secrets were all exposed under Loss's X-ray vision. If I didn't have X-ray vision, perhaps one day I would have been confusedly locked up in the underground laboratory by armed security. Loss quietly clenched his fists. Injustice Superman's earlier proposal for him to take control of Godolphin University echoed in his heart once again. Decided. The first step to establishing a foothold in this world would start with taking over this school. The next day, early morning. The dawn light spilled over the Godolphin campus. School officially starts today. There's a stage performance class this morning, don't forget. Jordan, having brushed her teeth and washed her face, walked out of the bathroom combing her hair, reminding Loss, who was getting up from the bed and stretching. I know. Loss yawned and replied casually. Loss. Jordan suddenly looked at him carefully. What's wrong? Loss asked, raising his eyes. Nothing, it must be my imagination. Jordan shook her head. She just felt that after one night, this roommate of hers seemed to have undergone some changes. Especially those brown eyes. Despite the sleepiness of just waking up, they were brighter and sharper than yesterday. As freshmen, Jordan and Loss had different course schedules. With Jordan's high student ranking, she could apply for specialized courses in the crime-fighting category. Students like Loss, who ranked lower, were mostly limited to ordinary courses like acting, marketing, and those leaning towards support and logistics. Loss didn't care about this at all. The professional knowledge one could learn at Godolphin University was completely incomparable to Stark Industries' database. Being a newcomer, he had originally intended to use Godolphin University as a temporary foothold. Of course, after reaching a deal with Injustice Superman, Loss's current goal had changed to taking control of this school, and subsequently cultivating his own power to rule the boys' universe as a dictator. In the early morning, Godolphin University returned to being a youthful and beautiful ivory tower campus. No student knew that beneath the glamorous campus lay a hidden, horrific human laboratory. After finishing breakfast in the cafeteria and parting ways with Jordan, Loss originally intended to skip class and return to his dormitory to continue researching his ability to alter matter. However, as he passed through the dormitory corridor, something caught the corner of his eye, and he walked into the adjacent dormitory apartment without the slightest hesitation. Arriving at the second floor, Loss knocked on a tightly closed dormitory door. Who is it? I'm busy. If you don't want to die, get lost. An irritable warning came from behind the door. Open the door, or I'll kick it in. Loss continued to pound on the door regardless, his right hand simultaneously resting on the door handle, destabilizing the internal structure of the iron metal. Fuck. The boy inside the dorm cursed as he opened the door just a crack, using his sturdy body to block the view of the room's interior. Seeing Loss outside the door, Rufus was momentarily stunned, then licked his lips, his gaze full of disdain and coldness. Ranked over 300 in the school, a piece of trash with a useless ability. After last night's confrontation, he had investigated Loss's information overnight and found that the other party was ranked near the bottom and had a purely support-type ability. Rufus always held a grudge. He had planned to find an opportunity to cause trouble for Loss over the weekend, but he hadn't expected Loss to deliver himself to his doorstep instead. And at such a critical moment. I'm busy. If you leave now, I can spare you. Before Rufus could finish his sentence, Loss suddenly raised a leg and kicked the wooden door directly. The unexpected kick caused the wooden door to slam hard into the corner of Rufus's eye. Blood immediately poured out like a fountain, and he groaned in pain as he stumbled back several steps. The dormitory's wooden door swung wide open. Loss looked inside. The curtains in the room were drawn, and in the dim light, A tall white girl was leaning against a computer chair, motionless. Her waterfall-like blonde hair covered her delicate face. It was none other than Kate, who had helped Loss and Jordan out of their predicament the previous night. Her hands lay weakly on the computer desk, and her breathing was light and steady. She was clearly unconscious. Loss's X-ray vision had already seen everything. This was likely Rufus's thought manipulation ability, which rendered others unconscious through close-range physical contact. Rufus and Kate had similar abilities. Whoever acted first gained the advantage. Loss walked into the room and shook his head. Jordan was right. You really are a piece of scum, Rufus. Rufus clutched the corner of his broken eye, blood flowing between his fingers, his livid face appearing increasingly twisted. He had almost succeeded. Rufus quickly looked behind Loss. Loss guessed his thoughts and shrugged. Jordan didn't come. Trash, you think you can stop me by yourself. Rufus suddenly lunged at Loss, his blood-stained right hand clenched into a fist, swinging it violently toward Loss's face. At this point, he decided to go all the way. Loss's eyes flickered. Under X-ray vision, the flow of blood within Rufus's body became detailed, allowing him to clearly see the exertion points of the other's body. It was so transparent. Loss anticipated Rufus's movement, dodging to the side in advance, and his left hand quickly gripped the other's wrist, stopping the punch's attack. When Loss grabbed his wrist, Rufus was not alarmed but delighted. The only shortcoming of his type of mind control ability was that it required contact with another person's body. Now, the victory was decided. Rufus used his ability as usual, sending a thought command through his wrist, "Faint," to Loss. But in the next instant, Loss delivered a sudden knee strike, his knee slamming hard between Rufus's legs. Pop! Rufus felt as if something had burst. He collapsed to his knees with his legs limp, and cold sweat instantly covered his paper-white face. Why? Even though he was in enough pain to cause a physiological breakdown, Rufus still couldn't understand why he had lost. Under normal circumstances, even Kate, a fellow mental manipulator, would have fainted immediately when faced with his manipulation ability. Yeah, I wonder why. Loss looked at Rufus kneeling before him and unhurriedly took a ballpoint pen from his pocket. Last night, during his conversation with Iron Man and Injustice Superman, Loss had learned a piece of vital information. His mind and soul were continuously linked with the two spirits, Iron Man and Injustice Superman. This meant that if a psychic ability user wanted to control Loss, they would need to simultaneously control the spirits of Iron Man and Injustice Superman. In the boys' universe, clearly no one could achieve that. It could be said that Loss was naturally immune to mental and psychic abilities. Want to know how far a pen can go? Loss reached out and pushed Rufus's forehead, which was bulging with veins, upward. A cold glint flashed as the pen in his hand, now shaped like a delicate dagger, stabbed into the right shoulder. Under matter transformation, the pen tip had turned into a blade forged of stainless steel, easily penetrating the shoulder. Ah! Rufus gasped, unable to suppress a scream of agony. He opened his bloodshot eyes, staring fixedly at Loss, and hissed with resentment, "I'll kill you, I'm going to kill you." Loss didn't speak. Instead, he pulled the pen out of Rufus's shoulder and pressed the blood-red tip against Rufus's neck. Feeling the coldness on his neck, Rufus gave a sinister smile. "Go ahead, you definitely don't dare kill me. If you kill someone at school, you're completely finished too." Loss narrowed his eyes. Rather than being subjected to the resentful revenge of a psychic, it was better to strike first. However, after this, he might have to leave the school temporarily. "No one in this school dares to kill me." Rufus was still shouting when, just as Loss was about to strike, the dormitory door suddenly opened. Someone had arrived. Kneeling on the floor, Rufus was the first to see the person entering the room. Looking at the raised star-spangled cape, the blue specialized suit, and that iconic, handsome, and gentle face, Rufus trembled with excitement and immediately cried out, "Sir, save me. This person wants to kill me." Loss stood up with the blood-stained pen, his expression calm as he turned to look at the newcomer. It was Homelander. Inside the dormitory apartment at Godolkin University. Facing Rufus's accusations and plea for help, Homelander's smile grew increasingly gentle, and he spread his hands. Someone like you, if you're killed, you're just killed. What did you say? Rufus's heart skipped a beat, suspecting he had misheard. Yes, yes, it must be an auditory hallucination. The person before him was the greatest superhero in history, the warm-hearted savior. Homelander looked with amusement at Rufus kneeling on the floor. You just said nobody dares to kill you, right? He pointed at himself and asked, do you think I dare? Sir, you're joking, right? Rufus forced a smile, feeling as if he had been plunged into an ice cellar as fear welled up from the bottom of his heart. I never joke. The smile on Homelander's face instantly vanished. His eyes flashed, and two brilliant, searing red beams swept across the dorm. Loss watched as Rufus died, his torso ripped open by a heat vision laser. As if casually crushing a bug, Homelander put his hands behind his back and surveyed the scene in the dorm. He smiled again. I've never been to college, it feels quite interesting. Loss didn't show any fear and asked frankly, Mr. Homelander, did you come here to find me? Just happened to be passing by in the sky. Homelander pointed to the dorm's ceiling. He looked at Loss, raised his hand, and laughed. You saw the news today, didn't you? 60 media outlets worldwide published the cover image you drew on the plane of me descending upon New York while lifting the plane. Loss smiled and said, that's great, isn't it? That plane created a god among men. Homelander was delighted, but what he didn't know was that the god among men Loss referred to as someone else. He stepped forward, patted Loss on the shoulder, and laughed. Loss, tell me what reward you want. Even if you want to be the principal, I can make it happen for you. Loss's heart stirred. He knew Homelander wasn't joking and had the power to do it. However, if he actually made such a request, Homelander might turn on him instantly after fulfilling it. That was Homelander. He wasn't a hypocrite with a hidden agenda, but a super-powered man-child who acted willfully according to his own whims and moods. Loss handed over his fountain pen. If possible, please give me an autograph. Homelander was stunned for a moment, suddenly remembering that Loss was his fan. He smiled, ignoring the blood on the pen, and signed his name on Loss's shirt. After finishing, Homelander suddenly asked, you should know about the disappearance of Translucent, one of the 7, right? Loss nodded. Homelander continued, I've searched almost all of New York, and Bot International sent many people, but we still can't find Translucent. Tell me, where is Translucent now? Loss fell silent. Was this a casual question, or a test? Loss thought for a moment. With your vision, Mr. Homelander, it's impossible for Translucent to hide in New York, whether alive or dead. He paused and continued, unless someone has bypassed your X-ray vision. Bypass X-ray vision. A flash of realization struck, and Homelander suddenly clenched his fist, saying in a low voice, it's zinc. The only thing I can't see through is zinc metal. Then perhaps by investigating large-scale zinc products in New York. Before Loss could finish, Homelander clapped his hands. He laughed loudly and flew out of the dorm, smashing through the glass, leaving behind a sentence. If I successfully find Translucent, your reward won't be bad. Watching Homelander fly off and vanish into the school's horizon at supersonic speeds, a faint light flickered in Loss's eyes. Regardless, Homelander's attention on him was too high now, which wasn't good for someone planning to obtain Superman's power. Loss needed time to develop until he had the strength to contend with Homelander. So, he had to divert the other's attention through something else. The boys, it's up to you now. You must stall Homelander. Loss silently sent his blessings to the anti-hero organization he had never met. A while later, under the scorching sun, off the coast of New York. One of the 7, the member, the Deep, cleaved through the waves, dragging a zinc box from the depths of the sea to the shore. That noon, Jordan and Loss, having finished class, were enjoying lunch in the cafeteria. A live news report on the cafeteria's TV screen made the noisy cafeteria instantly fall silent. The body of the missing member of the 7, Translucent, has been found. He was killed and placed in a zinc box sunk into the sea. Currently, the primary suspect is former agent Billy Butcher, code-named the Butcher. After the news report, the students dining there discussed it fervently. Translucent, a member of the Seven, he was actually killed. Could a normal person do that? They must represent a terrorist organization. You don't say. The police and Bot International will think of that too. With a hero's seat vacant, doesn't that mean I have a better chance of joining the Seven? The one joining will be me, not you. A terrorist organization murdering a superhero. This event is destined to go down in American history. Its impact might be even more profound than 9/11, and the global landscape might change because of it. Jordan sighed and looked at Loss, who was sitting across the table, bowing his head and poking at his meat as usual. As if nothing was more attractive than lunch. In fact, Loss had known for a long time, and he was the one who pushed this event behind the scenes. With the Seven led by Homelander and the boys led by the Butcher, the chaotic environment created by their conflict was a perfect breeding ground. He could continue to hide beneath the surging waves, accumulating enough power to completely change the world. Loss, you just finished lunch, why are you packing another portion? On the campus walkway, Jordan looked at Loss holding a takeout box in surprise. She didn't care about her money, it was pure curiosity. You'll find out in a bit, Loss left it as a mystery. Returning to the student apartment, Jordan took out her key to open the door, and as soon as she entered the dorm, she noticed something was very wrong. Inside the two-person dorm that should have been empty. A striking, hot body was lying on Loss's bed under the covers, her brilliant, smooth blonde hair blooming like golden roses on the pillow, and a pair of boots was left on the floor. Hearing the door open, the girl, who was comparable to an American sweetheart, slowly sat up clutching the blanket, her slightly curly blonde hair cascading down. Kate. Jordan's eyes widened. What are you doing here? Your lunch. Loss walked straight into the dorm and placed the packed lunch on the table. Thank you. Kate looked at Loss gratefully. Jordan looked at Kate on the bed, then at Loss, completely stunned. Fuck. Her roommate with mediocre abilities had landed the campus sweetheart who outshone everyone on his second day of school. If those in the top 10 of the student rankings, no, the entire school would go crazy over this. Inside the dormitory, on Loss's bed, Kate pulled aside the quilt and straightened her slightly messy clothes. Combined with her flushed face, she really looked like she had just finished doing the deed. Jordan, in her female form, quickly pulled Loss to a corner of the dorm, her eyes sparkling. She glanced at Kate, lowered her voice, and asked excitedly. Loss, tell me quickly, how did you win Kate over in just one day? Jordan wasn't motivated by jealousy or envy, but by intense curiosity. In her view, Kate was a haughty, flower on a high peak, and a dangerous witch capable of manipulating hearts. Since he wasn't ranked in the school's top 10, he shouldn't have caught her eye. Does my roommate have some extraordinary strengths? Jordan sized up Loss from up close, her inquisitive gaze uncontrollably drifting downward. You're overthinking it. Loss pushed away Jordan's face. He hadn't expected this person, who usually wore a cold poker face, to be so obsessed with gossip in private. Actually, he couldn't blame Jordan. After all, if this were posted on the school forum, it would shoot straight to the top of the trending list. Loss explained, this morning, I found that Rufus had used his ability to drug Kate. After subduing Rufus, since I didn't know where Kate's dorm was, I just brought her back to ours while she was unconscious. So that's how it is. Jordan realized, then made a gagging gesture in disgust. That scum has no class. I'm definitely reporting him to the principal. Loss shook his head. There's no need for that anymore. Why? Jordan looked at Loss in surprise, and Kate, who had sat up from the bed, also looked at him blankly. After waking up in Loss's bed and recalling her memories before being manipulated by the ability, Kate quickly deduced that Loss had saved her. However, she knew nothing about Rufus's current situation. Loss said, he's dead. Dead. Jordan's eyes widened in shock, and she covered her mouth. My God, did you kill Rufus? A glint flickered in Kate's beautiful eyes, her thoughts unknown. No, Homelander killed Rufus. Loss briefly summarized how Homelander had passed by and killed Rufus. Of course, he omitted his conversation with Homelander. Loss finally spread his hands. Do you think if I had killed Rufus, the school would help me cover it up? Godolphin University did allow a high-pressure competitive environment, but if a student died in an internal fight, the minimum consequence would be expulsion. While Jordan breathed a sigh of relief for loss, she said with satisfaction. Good riddance. Homelander helped our school get rid of a major pest. Kate put on her tall boots, stood up gratefully, and bowed to Loss. Regardless, you saved me. Thank you again for your help. You're worth saving, aren't you? Loss smiled slightly. He had taken a huge risk by moving against Rufus, and it wasn't just to play the hero. To take over Godolphin University, Kate's ability was a crucial component. Loss made no secret of his need for Kate's ability, but in the eyes of Kate and Jordan, it seemed like he was just captivated by her beauty. Tap tap. Stepping forward in her tall boots, Kate's beautiful eyes clearly reflected Loss's face as she sincerely invited him. This weekend, you must come to the freshman mixer I'm organizing. I'll buy you a drink to thank you for today's rescue and lunch. Loss agreed immediately. If I'm free, I'll be there. Beside them, Jordan rolled her eyes. This shameless couple was feeding her dog food while using her money for lunch in her dorm room. But looking at the situation, her roommate seemed to have a good shot. Maybe he really could win over this campus sweetheart. She was already looking forward to the weekend. 3 days later, Saturday night. A thick night, like a black gauze curtain, enveloped the campus. Jordan pushed the door open and entered the dorm, finding Loss sitting in a computer chair, spinning 3 metal marbles of an indiscernible material in his hand. She couldn't help but remind him, Loss, you haven't forgotten, have you? The mixer Kate mentioned is tonight. Loss shrugged. I haven't forgotten. I'm already prepared. You're wearing that to the mixer. Jordan stared dumbfoundedly at the cartoon t-shirt Loss was wearing, paired with a pair of off-brand casual pants that cost less than $10. Meanwhile, she was wearing an expensive, somewhat androgynous Italian suit with a slicked-back hairstyle, looking very formal and fashionable. I just showered, Loss smiled confidently, as if that was the highest form of etiquette for a man attending a party. Jordan slapped her forehead. She had almost forgotten that Loss was currently so poor he even had to borrow money from her for meals. Jordan turned to rummage through her wardrobe, saying urgently, I'll lend you my new men's clothes. Loss shook his head and refused, standing up and patting her shoulder. There's no need. Let's go. Besides, I should be able to pay you back tomorrow. Found a way to make money. Jordan's expression turned odd. You're not going to apply to be a male stripper at a nightclub, are you? I'd definitely support you with a lot of cash. Get lost. Loss irritably raised a middle finger. This person had a poker face on the outside, but was actually a pervert at heart. Besides, he hadn't just found a way to make money, he had found a method that could be called printing money. Loss looked down at the small metal spheres spinning in his palm, their luster shifting. Unlike other universities. Godolphin University enforced a nighttime curfew. Students weren't allowed out late even on weekends. However, this school rule had basically zero constraint on SUP students. In the darkness of the campus, by an outer wall. I'll send you over. Jordan raised her left hand toward Loss and made a pushing motion through the air. As Loss nodded, an invisible energy pulse erupted gently from Jordan's hand, pushing Loss up onto the outer wall. Then, Jordan switched to her male form and easily leapt over the 3-meter high school wall. After spending the last few days together, Loss had learned the specific abilities of this gender-swapping roommate. In her female form, she could release energy pulses, suitable for long-range combat. In his male form, his physical strength and defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced, making him skilled in close-quarters combat. Born a girl, she had been injected with compound verses as a child by parents who preferred boys over girls, becoming bigender. As a result, she rebelliously preferred to stay in her female form. Loss was able to learn this very private personal information because he and Jordan had become friends. Of course, not the negative distance kind of friends. The two left the enclosed campus and soon arrived at a bar not far from the school. From the moment they entered the bar, Jordan maintained his male form and reminded Loss. Be careful in a bit. Call me if anything happens. It's just a mixer. What's there to be careful about? Loss frowned slightly. To this, Jordan shook his head and said, that won't be up to you. Loss walked into the music blasting bar. Beautifully dressed young men and women were dancing to their heart's content under the dazzling lights, full of vitality and hormones. And among the crowd in the bar, the most eye-catching heroine was naturally Kate. At school, known as the American sweetheart, she outshone everyone. Now Kate wore a romantic and elegant little black dress, paired with translucent crystal-textured high heels. Her waist-length, pure golden hair was dyed by the colorful lights, and her slender neck and arms exposed to the air were snow-white and delicate. Those straight, lustrous, top-tier long legs were even more striking. Beside her, she was surrounded by many handsome young men, like stars surrounding the moon. Loss, Jordan, you're here. Seeing Loss and Jordan arrive, Kate, who was talking with a red wine glass in hand, flashed a sweet smile and immediately led the two young men over. She introduced. This is Golden Boy, and this is Andre Anderson. Jordan in male form stared solemnly at Golden Boy and Anderson. Loss knew where his roommate's hostility came from. Golden Boy possessed comprehensive abilities such as explosion, fire flight, and body enhancement. Currently ranked second in the school, he was already poised to take over the top spot since Blindspot graduated. As for Andre Anderson, he was currently ranked a very high sixth. His ability was magnetic field manipulation, and in some ways, his potential was even better than Golden Boy's. Jordan's goal had always been to be number one in the school. These were all powerful competitors. Jordan Lee, I know you. Currently ranked 20th, right? Golden Boy gave a confident smile, glanced at Jordan, then raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze to Loss. As for you, I don't know you. He spoke calmly, his pride evident. Poised to take the number one spot right after enrollment, receiving Godolphin University's heavy promotion and educational resources, and with handsome looks plus extraordinary abilities, he was sought after and obsessed over by the school's female students. Golden Boy indeed had the capital for this. His name is Loss. You'll get to know him soon. Jordan gave a mysterious smile. He felt a sense of satisfaction thinking about how Kate, whom Golden Boy and Anderson were pursuing openly and secretly, had once slept in his roommate's bed. Anyone who underestimated this roommate of his would definitely suffer a great loss. Rufus's death was the consequence. Jordan didn't believe that day was just good luck, or as simple as Homelander just passing by. Loss didn't bother talking much with Golden Boy and sat down directly on a sofa in a corner of the bar. Seeing this, Kate said to Golden Boy and Anderson, you guys chat first, and then walked toward Loss with the red wine glass in her hand. Golden Boy and Anderson looked at each other in surprise. It was the first time they had seen Kate pay so much attention to someone. Even with them, Kate only acted as a friend for the time being without showing special favor. Who the hell is that kid? The Black Anderson narrowed his eyes. I really don't know. Golden Boy pulled out his phone and began searching through the school rankings. What would you like to drink? Hearing the voice in his ear, Loss looked sideways at Kate, who had sat down beside him. She was close enough that he could smell the violet fragrance on her. Looking down, there was a deep, fair cleavage, full of allure. I promise to treat you. Whatever you drink tonight is on me. Kate's breath carried the scent of wine. She sat on the leather sofa with her long legs crossed, gently swirling the red wine in her goblet. Her smooth golden hair rested on her fragrant shoulders, making her look like a noble white fox. The bar's colorful lights fell on Kate's exquisite and flawless angel face. Her already narrow and hazy beautiful eyes looked dreamlike, and her slightly parted red lips were enchanting and seductive. This glass of wine is enough. Loss took the goblet directly from Kate's hand, took a sip of the red wine, and said with a light smile, it tastes good. Kate was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and smiled, a flicker of something unusual flashing in her eyes. In social interactions, being beautiful enough was truly an advantage. This was the first time she had the initiative taken from her by a peer. Kate asked curiously, I want to know, how did you defeat Rufus? Loss savored the red wine and said unhurriedly, I told you before, Homelander killed Rufus. But before Homelander arrived, you defeated Rufus. I want to know how you did it. Kate stared straight at Loss. Even for her, once Rufus activated his ability first, she would instantly lose consciousness due to mind control. If you want to know how I did it, why don't you just try it yourself? Loss put down the wine glass and reached out his hand directly toward Kate. The rhythm of the interaction was once again controlled by the other party. Kate looked at Loss's outstretched left hand. This was also the first time someone had actively asked her to use her ability. Don't regret it. She took a deep breath, leaned her tall, delicate body forward, and reached out her right hand to join Loss's left. With their fingers lightly interlocked, Kate immediately activated her ability. Actually, her ability was not exactly the same as Rufus's. Besides mind reading and thought manipulation, she could also delete and alter others' memories, which was why Kate said she hoped Loss wouldn't regret it. However, Kate soon showed an expression of disbelief similar to Rufus's before. By touching Loss's hand, her consciousness began to connect and invade his mind, but she could never touch the core of his true soul or memories. In the endless darkness, there was a void. Despite touching Loss, Kate felt a sense of déjà vu, as if his soul was a universe-wide distance away. Forget about dominating it, she couldn't even reach his mind. Vaguely, she saw a huge pattern, which also looked like a special equation, isolating everything. Yes, an equation. Kate couldn't see the specific content, but just by sensing its existence, she felt fear and despair, her soul instinctively trembling and fleeing. Ah! Kate cried out in pain, and her consciousness receded from Loss like a tide. Are you okay? Loss reached out to support Kate. He had originally just wanted her to discover his immunity to mental abilities to achieve a deterrent effect. This was to pave the way for future recruitment and building his influence. Now it seemed the effect was perhaps too good. Before Loss could think further, Golden Boy and Anderson, hearing the sound, immediately rushed over. Seeing Kate with a flushed face, almost limp in Loss's arms, the two were furious. What did you do to Kate? It's my problem, he didn't do anything to me. Kate took a few deep breaths, finally calming her emotions, and said apologetically to Loss. Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. After saying that, she got up and headed to the restroom. Golden Boy followed with concern, standing guard at the restroom door. Let's talk. Anderson sat down directly opposite Loss and opened his palm, revealing a coin. In the next instant, the coin left his hand and floated, suspended in the air by an invisible force. Loss, ranked 385. Anderson looked at Loss with contempt. If it weren't for Rufus dropping out, this ranking would be one spot lower. Listening to the hostile words of Anderson, who was manipulating magnetic fields, Loss suddenly understood what Jordan meant by, be careful, earlier. A femme fatale, this is an unavoidable issue throughout history and across all cultures. At Godolphin University, there were plenty of students who fought over Kate out of jealousy. However, such a threat was truly a student-like approach. Loss suddenly reached out and snatched the hovering coin controlled by Anderson. Give it back. As if seeing a beloved possession tainted by another, Anderson's eyes widened, and he continued to exert his magnetic field manipulation ability, trying to reclaim the coin. But he soon discovered that he had completely lost control over that coin. Had his magnetic ability failed? Anderson's brain stalled for a moment, unable to comprehend the situation. It's mine now. Loss flipped the coin back and forth with his thumb, toying with it wantonly right in front of Anderson. No matter how hard Anderson tried, the magnetic field couldn't make the coin in Loss's hand budge even an inch. At that moment, Jordan also approached and asked Loss, are you okay? I'm fine. Loss shook his head, not bothering to hide the coin, letting Anderson try from a distance. At the moment he touched the coin earlier, he had instantly completed the alchemical conversion of the matter, causing the coin's internal electrons and neutrons to be tightly linked. In other words, this coin no longer belonged to the category of metal. Wanting to use magnetic field manipulation again. It would be useless even if he tried for another 100 years. Loss picked up the coin and gestured to Jordan, this is a bit boring. Let's go back to the dorm. Just as Loss and Jordan were about to leave the bar, Kate suddenly walked out of the restroom, tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, and took the initiative to say to Loss. I'm not feeling well and want to go back to rest. Could you walk me back to my dorm? Golden Boy, following behind Kate, had a handsome face filled with bewilderment. Anderson, still trying his magnetic ability, along with the crowd of students in the bar, were also stunned. Of course, let's go. Loss readily agreed, leaving the bar with the most exquisite girl in the ballroom tonight, along with his roommate Jordan, who had reverted to female form. Watching Kate leave with Loss, Golden Boy smiled bitterly and said despondently, Anderson, you have to drink with me tonight. We're not stopping until we're drunk. Anderson stood frozen on the spot, as if he hadn't heard, still trying his magnetic field manipulation ability. Outside the bar, Jordan looked at Kate, who was clinging to Loss's arm and walking unsteadily, appearing to be drunk. She blinked and whispered, I'll stay at a friend's dorm tonight. Loss shook his head and said, no need, but I need you to do something for me. What is it? Jordan looked at Loss suspiciously. The next day, noon. After class, Jordan returned to the dorm. As soon as the door opened, Loss, sitting in his computer chair without looking back, threw a metal marble behind him to her. Jordan caught it subconsciously. She looked down and saw the small metal ball glinting with a dazzling golden luster under the sunlight. Loss swiveled half a turn in his chair and said, consider this as paying you back. Is this gold? Jordan was stunned. With its heavy feel and color, she was certain it was gold, one of the precious metals. Since your family is in business, you should have the channels. Can you help me exchange these for US dollars? Loss spoke calmly as he pulled open a desk drawer, revealing a dozen or so bright gold bars lying inside. Clack. Jordan instantly closed the dorm door, locked it, and stepped forward to pull the curtains tight. She looked at the drawer full of gold with rapid breathing. Her usual poker face was hard to maintain as she said in a panic, where did this gold come from? Don't worry, it wasn't stolen or robbed. Loss chuckled. I can guarantee that the source of this gold is absolutely legitimate, and there's no risk in selling it on the market. Jordan stared straight at Loss, suddenly remembering last night when Loss had asked her to get a large bucket of mercury. She seemed to connect the dots, and her mouth slowly opened wide. Loss, don't tell me you transmuted mercury into gold. Facing Jordan's trembling question, Loss nodded and admitted it directly. That's impossible. Jordan found it hard to believe. Although mercury is chemically similar to gold, transmuting mercury into gold is fundamentally impossible with current science and technology. It's almost impossible to synthesize artificially, which is one of the main reasons gold can serve as a global currency. And now, her roommate had easily transmuted gold in their dorm. But I can indeed do it, through the ability I developed. As Loss spoke, Jordan checked the lock on the dorm door again and said nervously, keep your voice down. Her expression was more serious than ever as she asked in a deep voice, you didn't tell Kate about this, did you? No. What about the school authorities? Jordan continued to press. Loss spread his hands. Right now, only you know. Good, good. Jordan breathed a slight sigh of relief and lowered her voice. Listen, don't tell anyone about the fact that you can transmute gold with your ability. Coming from a business family, Jordan knew all too well how heaven-defying Loss's ability was. This was true alchemy. Once such an ability was leaked, the impact on the world would be no less than the existence of half the soups. It would likely trigger the madness and greed of every country and organization. Jordan clutched her heart and looked at Loss with a bitter smile. Actually, you shouldn't have even told me. Loss smiled freely. I figured I couldn't hide it from you. And, Jordan, aren't we friends? He naturally wasn't so naive as to easily reveal his ability to transmute gold in front of others. Showing it to Jordan now was also a special test for this roommate. Loss wanted to control the school and achieve his goal of a dictatorship in the boys' universe, which required building a power base. After Kate, Jordan, who was exceptionally capable and came from a business background, was the second candidate he wanted to recruit. Of course, more importantly, it was Jordan's loyalty and character. Jordan was moved by the word, friend, at this moment and sighed helplessly again. I really want to sell you out. This isn't just about being as rich as a country. Such a heaven-defying ability was enough to subvert the global economy. I won't transmute gold on a large scale to destroy the market economy. Loss said calmly, it's just my first pot of gold. In the future, I'll have more ways to make money. In the Stark Industries database, any single patent could make a tech company take off. As long as you've thought it through. Jordan nodded, truly afraid that Loss would produce gold on a massive scale. She looked at the composed Loss and asked curiously, how can you stay so calm? The gold in this drawer alone is enough for you to achieve financial freedom. I'm a little happy, but not much. Loss chuckled, measuring a small gap with his fingers. With the matter conversion ability and Iron Man's knowledge, becoming the richest man was already within reach. In the world of American comics, what Loss truly valued was still power. Jordan looked at Loss, suddenly feeling a total sense of frustration in her heart. While she was still competing for rankings with other students at school, her roommate had already begun to achieve financial freedom through his ability and was looking toward new goals. It was as if she and the other party were simply not on the same level. Jordan. Loss's call snapped Jordan out of her daze. Loss looked at Jordan. I know you've been working hard to climb the school rankings to prove your ability to your parents. He threw out a hook. But is it possible that there's more than one way to prove yourself? Jordan fell silent. Intuition told her that Loss was going to do something in the near future. Something big that would surely shake New York and affect the world. Jordan opened her mouth slightly, about to say something, when a sudden commotion broke out downstairs from the dormitory. Loss, do you dare to accept a challenge? What kind of man only hides behind a woman? Come down here. I challenge you. ... Facing the jeering of the students below, Jordan cursed, ignore them. She said helplessly, most of them are Kate's admirers. Every single one of them wants to step on you to prove themselves in front of her. In Jordan's view, this behavior was too childish and not worth paying attention to. Loss thought for a moment and stood up from his computer chair. You're going downstairs to accept the challenge. Jordan was surprised. Loss didn't seem like such an irrational person. Constant yielding will only make them more insolent. Loss pulled back the curtains, looked at the crowd of students below, and gave a mysterious smile. Don't worry, gold isn't the only thing I've refined. 5 minutes later. A piece of news spread throughout Godolphin University at extreme speed via the school app, forums, and word of mouth. Shocking. Loss, a freshman ranked 373, has accepted a challenge from Steve, who is ranked 18. Loss. You mean that Chinese freshman Kate is so fond of? Oi, now this is going to be a good show. Hurry up. Let's go grab a spot at the training grounds to watch. The news of the challenge also quickly reached the Lamplighters' crime-fighting classroom. Golden Boy. Upon hearing the news, Anderson couldn't sit still and immediately went to find his roommate, Golden Boy. I got the message too. Come on, let's go check it out. Golden Boy glanced quickly at Kate's back in the distance, already fantasizing about Loss being defeated by Steve, and then himself stepping in to defeat Steve and win back her heart. I've also been wanting to see that guy's strength. Anderson nodded with a dark expression, still brooding over Loss taking his coin and his magnetic manipulation failing last night. Soon, the SUP students of Godolphin University were all rushing toward the training grounds with frantic excitement. In less than 10 minutes, the training grounds, which could hold 500 people, were packed. It was the biggest event since the start of the semester at Godolphin University. The lively scene also drew many teachers and professors to watch. The school's training ground was a cylindrical building with an open-air center, allowing the midday sun to cover the field without obstruction. Godolphin University encouraged high-pressure competition, covert bullying, and overt challenge matches. As long as both students agreed, they could have a one-on-one public challenge match at the training grounds, with the school medical team on standby. At this moment, on the training field, two young figures, one large and one small, stood facing each other. In truth, Loss wasn't short, he could even be described as lean and fit. However, the student standing opposite him was over 2 meters tall. Beneath thick, curly hair was a coarse and determined face, with dark muscles as solid as bedrock. His hulking physique alone was enough to be oppressive. I get it now. Sitting in the spectator stands, Anderson realized that Kid Loss probably wants to use Steve to prove himself and establish a reputation in the school. At Godolphin University, nothing proved one's worth more than strength. He mused, think about it. A challenger ranked in the 300s defeating someone in the top 20 and skyrocketing in rank, that would be a first in Godolphin's history. Then he's thinking too much, Golden Boy laughed. He crossed his arms, full of confidence in Steve. Steve has sparred with me many times. His close quarters combat is second only to mine. Just then, a student whispered excitedly, look over there, even the dean is here. Golden Boy and Anderson hurriedly looked over and indeed saw the dean, Mrs. Indira Shetty, in the high-level seating of the training grounds. Although the dean was just a normal person, she was very capable and had the teaching skills to keep a group of superpowered students perfectly in line. Golden Boy and Anderson admired her greatly. They just hadn't expected a challenge match not involving the top 10 to draw the dean's close attention. At that moment, a commotion broke out among the students in the stands. A tall figure with shining long blonde hair and skin so white it was dazzling walked onto the training field. Loss, water. With her blonde hair and short skirt swaying gently, Kate, like a little fangirl cheering him on, handed Loss a bottle of mineral water she had warmed with her body. Loss didn't stand on ceremony either, taking the mineral water and tilting his head back to take a few gulps. In the stands, many students felt like they were choking. That was the strong-willed Kate. How had she been tamed like this? Steve, go for it. Stomp that guy's face into the ground. Show him the strength of the top 20. The envious and jealous students unanimously cheered for Steve, who had a massive advantage on paper. Jordan, the only one cheering for Loss, sighed helplessly. She almost couldn't bear to watch. She still didn't see how Loss could win. Hold this for me and keep it warm. It'll be over soon. Loss handed the water bottle back to Kate, speaking with confidence. Holding the half bottle of mineral water, Kate gave Loss a deep look, then turned, her long blonde hair fluttering as she walked out of the training field. Her abilities were thought manipulation and memory rewriting. Kate had known since she was very young that the best use of her power was to attach herself to and dominate the strong. Since entering the school, she had been secretly picking targets. Golden Boy and Anderson were both among those she had originally considered dominating. Until Loss appeared. The other party's behavior and way of thinking were completely outside of Kate's expectations. She couldn't gain the upper hand in the conversation she excelled at, and even her thought manipulation ability was ineffective against him. It could be said that Loss was not Kate's ideal candidate, as he could not be dominated through her own abilities. However, the feeling of being dominated in return, that spontaneous sense of awe, instead caused Kate to begin to sink into it, as if a door to a new world had been opened. Loss, who exactly are you, and what kind of power is hidden inside your body? Back in the stands, Kate held the water bottle tightly, her eyes never leaving the young man on the field as she thought to herself. Let me see it, your strength. If the other party was strong enough, being dominated in return wasn't something unacceptable. On the training field, Steve basked in the cheers of almost the entire student body, feeling like a hero about to slay a dragon and reclaim a princess, the side of justice. He rubbed his broad palms and looked down at Loss, who was doing push-ups to warm up. Are you ready? Loss stood up, brushed the dust off his gloves, and nodded. All right, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the hulking Steve lunged at Loss like a human grizzly bear. A battle belonging to Supes was about to break out. Loss chose to publicly challenge Steve, who was ranked 18th, not just to intimidate other students, but also to demonstrate a portion of his strength to Godolphin University. Over the past few days, through his X-ray vision, he discovered many test subjects dying in the laboratories beneath Godolphin University. The source of replacements was naturally the lower-ranked students. Constantly enduring wasn't the answer, he had to appropriately display his combat prowess. The public match began, and Loss kept his eyes fixed on Steve. Relying on the clarity of his X-ray vision, he could see the internal pressure rising in the other's leg muscles and countless blood vessels being compressed and tightened, allowing him to anticipate the opponent's lunging attack. Insight and anticipation. Thus, at the moment Steve lunged, Loss moved to the left and sidestepped almost simultaneously, narrowly avoiding the bear hug-like strike. Chinese kid, your reflexes are good. Seeing his attack dodged, Steve laughed instead, licking his lips like a hunter who had encountered a prized prey. If the prey were too weak, winning would be quite boring. What he wanted was a hearty battle to garner even more applause. Steve twisted his waist and turned, continuing his fierce assault. His dark, broad palm struck toward Loss's head like a millstone. Loss lowered his head, and the palm quickly scraped past the tips of his hair. His agility made the hulking Steve look as comical as a clumsy bear. In the spectator stands, the students erupted in a chorus of boos. Steve, can you do it or not? If you can't, get down and let me take over. Don't be in such a hurry. Having his attacks repeatedly dodged, Steve's eyes grew solemn. He was finally getting serious. Under Loss's X-ray vision, almost all of the opponent's blood vessels suddenly compressed, and his blood began to circulate at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person. In the next instant, Steve, originally 2 meters tall and as sturdy as a bear, saw his agility and speed jump up a level as he lunged at Loss once more with a whistling wind. Seeing this scene, Golden Boy clenched his fists tightly. That's more like it. One of Steve's primary abilities, physical enhancement. It granted him a physique several times that of a human. Almost at the same moment Loss gained insight into his opponent's ability. Steve had already closed the distance, the shadow cast by his hulking frame completely enveloping Loss. It's over. Steve grinned. Facing Loss, who had a non-combat type ability, he even completely abandoned his own defense to execute a pincer-like bear hug. There was an insurmountable chasm between the constitution of an ordinary person and a combat-oriented supe with physical enhancement. Like a tiger and a cat, it was an absolute crushing of stats. No matter how fast Loss's reflexes were, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. In the spectator stands, Jordan closed her eyes, unable to watch any longer. But in the next moment, a wave of gasps erupted from the surrounding crowd of students. Jordan's eyes flew open, and what met her gaze wasn't the scene of Steve bear hugging Loss, but rather, Steve's hulking, massive body was staggering backward. On the training field, Loss, clad in a hooded jacket, maintained a punching posture. Steve clutched his lower abdomen in pain, stopping after 2 steps back, his heart still racing as he stared fixedly at Loss. For a moment, he couldn't understand why Loss's fist was as hard as iron, or how a non-combat ability could throw a punch that knocked him back. Again, Steve gritted his teeth and charged forward again, throwing a punch at Loss. This time, Loss didn't dodge. He drew his right arm back like a drawn bow, gathering power, and threw his own punch. Fist against fist. Bang! Steve's dark, sandbag-sized fist collided with Loss's gloved fist, producing a dull, powerful thud. Neither of them retreated, they were clearly evenly matched. Impossible. Again. Steve, refusing to believe it, continued to swing his massive fists. I'll take you on. Loss chose to meet the fists head-on. As Loss and Steve engaged in one violent, direct, and intense exchange after another on the training field, they vented their wild brutality to their heart's content. The voices of the students who had originally been cheering for Steve began to fade. They had expected a one-sided challenge, never imagining that Loss would have the strength to drag the battle into a fever pitch. The way some students looked at Loss began to change, and some even started cheering for him instead. Godolphin University believed in the law of the jungle where the strong were respected. On campus, strength could directly change others' opinions. In the spectator stands, many female students began to take a proper look at Loss. Come to think of it, Loss was also very handsome, with a tall and lean physique and a bright, sunny smile. His appearance was no worse than Golden Boy's. Moreover, wasn't it an inspirational and legendary feat to dare to accept a challenge from a top 20 student while ranked in the bottom 300? As the battle continued, Golden Boy and Anderson discovered something terrifying. The wave of cheers for Loss was gradually drowning out those for Steve. At this moment, on the training field, Steve felt as if he were fighting a robot that never made mistakes. His fists were already numb. Another clash of fists. The glove on Loss's right hand finally split under the strain, revealing a glint of cold light within. What is that? Steve's eyes widened in shock. Loss simply pulled off the torn glove, revealing what was covering his arms. It was a dark, polished iron armor that perfectly fitted the curves of his arms, thin, advanced, and as exquisite as a work of art. Loss made a slight fist with his armored fingers and said bluntly, "This is part of my ability's manifestation. It's not a foul, is it?" This pair of arm-covering gauntlets was exactly what he had recently forged using his matter conversion ability combined with Stark Industries technology. The primary material was a titanium alloy. Although there was a gap between this and the molecularly reinforced titanium alloy used in Iron Man's early armors, it was sufficient for now. "You haven't won yet." Steve let out a low roar and lunged at Loss again. "It's already over." Loss shook his head. Through his X-ray vision, he had already seen the lack of power in the opponent's movements and his physical weaknesses. Quickly sidestepping and brushing past Steve, Loss's armored hands grabbed Steve's right arm as he threw a punch. Using the opponent's forward momentum, Loss twisted his waist and applied force. With a standard shoulder throw, the 2-meter-tall Steve was hoisted high by Loss and slammed onto the ground. Silence. The scene was pin-drop silent. Almost every student was shocked by this sight. Steve, on the ground, endured the pain and dizziness, trying to get up and fight again. As a result, Loss pinned his arm joints and said calmly, "I heard you have another ability that can heal broken arms. Want to give it a try?" Meeting Loss's sharp gaze, Steve shuddered and instinctively shook his head. What a joke. He could indeed heal his own broken arms, but the pain of a broken bone was genuine suffering. Feeling the cold sensation from the armor on Loss's arms, Steve, lying on the ground, thought for a moment and said bitterly, "I forfeit." That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
He used superhuman strength to conquer all American comic books. Part 2. After a few seconds of silence in the spectator stands, thunderous applause erupted. Steve, who had conceded, lay on the ground, struggling to climb up from the floor when a palm covered in jet black metal was extended before him. He was stunned for a moment but chose to grasp that palm. Loss pulled Steve up and comforted him. "Don't be discouraged, you are very strong." He thought for a moment and added, "It's just that the power delivery in your left limb isn't very smooth. You can do more targeted practice when you go back." Steve's whole body shook as he looked at Loss and nodded gratefully. "Thank you. Thank you for the pointer." "No need to thank me, we're classmates after all." Under the sunlight, Loss showed a dazzling, bright smile. Learning from each other, progressing together. Steve felt a warmth in his heart, and the shame of being defeated was instantly swept away. But at that moment, a dark-skinned young figure walked onto the training field from the spectator stands. Loss looked up and saw it was Andre Anderson, whom he had met last night. He was ranked 6th in the school, and his ability was the highly potential magnetic field manipulation. Foul. Anderson raised his hand in public, pointing at the glossy black armor on Loss's arms. In an open match, he carried a weapon. This is a serious violation. Don't make me laugh. Jordan couldn't sit still anymore. Directly transforming into male form, he jumped down from the stands. Loss's ability is to enhance objects, which means enhancing other items to augment himself. The hand armor is also something he forged himself. This is a very reasonable part of his own combat power. As Jordan spoke, he looked at Anderson with a face full of disdain. "Are you saying that when you fight, you don't carry any metal objects?" Anderson was speechless. "All right, Andre." Steve smiled honestly and scratched his head. "It was my own lack of strength. Classmate Loss didn't commit a foul. A loss is a loss, there's nothing more to say." Since even the person involved in the challenge match said so, what else could Anderson say? He was just unwilling to accept it. But, before Anderson could finish, the hot campus sweetheart also stepped onto the field. Kate frowned slightly and said to Anderson, "Anderson, you're going a bit too far. Aren't you targeting Loss a bit too much?" Kate. Anderson looked at the beautiful Kate, feeling a sting in his heart. He was clearly the one who knew her first, so why was she speaking up for someone else now? It was high noon, and the sunlight was intense. The gazes of the students in the stands became even more scorching, and Anderson felt his face burning. Golden Boy entered the field, patted his roommate Anderson's shoulder, and advised in a low voice, "Anderson, let's go back." Anderson moved a step with Golden Boy, then stopped. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His eyes became bloodshot, and he suddenly said in a deep voice to Loss. "Loss. I, Andre Anderson, now formally challenge you." All the teachers and students present were stunned. At Godolphin University, it was usually a lower-ranked student challenging a higher-ranked one. Like today, Steve challenging Loss was already considered an exception, carrying a nature of bullying the weak from a position of strength. It was just that at the time, many students were jealous that a flower like Kate was being planted in cow dung, and wanted to punish Loss. But now, Loss had earned the respect of almost all the students with his reversal of strength. Isn't this bullying the weak? He's in the top 10, this is pure bullying. Loss just finished a fight. Challenging him now, what does Anderson want to do? This guy is truly shameless. Hearing the whispers of the students in the stands, Anderson simply ignored everything and pressed Loss, "Do you dare to accept my challenge?" "Anderson, you've gone too far." Kate's beautiful eyes stared coldly at Anderson as she shouted. Anderson turned his head, not daring to meet the eyes of his former friend Kate. He had already hardened his heart. He was determined to defeat Loss today. Jordan was truly angry, his poker face impossible to maintain. He directly rolled up his sleeves. "You want to challenge someone, right? I'll fight you." "Andre, forget it." Golden Boy continued to persuade, giving Anderson a pull, but he couldn't move him. Anderson took another step forward, staring straight at Loss. "If you don't dare to accept the challenge today, then another day." "No need." Loss suddenly shook his head. He calmly met Anderson's gaze and said, "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I accept your challenge." In the vast training field, Loss's voice wasn't particularly loud. But as soon as he said this, the whole place, no, the whole school, erupted in a sensation. Being ranked in the bottom 300s and just having a reversal victory over someone in the top 20 was one thing, but now he was accepting a challenge from the 6th rank in succession. Forget school history. Probably even in another 100 years, such an explosive campus event wouldn't happen again. You agreed. Even Anderson himself had wild joy surging in the depths of his eyes. What he feared most was that Loss wouldn't agree and would just back down completely. A challenge match required the mutual consent of both participating parties. Loss. Don't be impulsive. Jordan and Kate looked at Loss urgently. It's fine. Loss shook his head at them and looked at Anderson again. There's no need for another day. Let's do it now. Today, this very moment. Since the other party had pushed him to this point, there was no reason for him to act like a coward. They were all students. He would be young and reckless for once today. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Once Anderson and Loss reached a challenge agreement, even the school authorities could no longer step in to stop it. The second open match proceeded with a seamless transition. Kate, Jordan, Golden Boy, and Steve exited the field one after another, leaving the stage to Loss, who had never left, and the challenger Anderson. And in the spectator stands. Except for Golden Boy, the students were overwhelmingly supporting Loss, cheering for him with shouts that almost blew the roof off the entire training hall. It could be said that even if Loss lost, no one would think it was his fault. With a bottom-tier ranking for a support-type ability, fighting 2 consecutive open matches, one against a top 20 and one against the 6th rank, he had already created school history. No one thought Loss could pull off a double win. After all, that was too unrealistic. There is honor even in defeat. On the training field shrouded in sunlight, Loss and Anderson stood 10 meters apart on the training field, facing each other in a standoff. Anderson stared at Loss, his heart having already calmed down. Just now, he had seemed anxious, desperately acting like a madman to get Loss to agree to the challenge, but in reality, it was all an act. Yes, an act. Anderson knew very well that with his magnetic field manipulation ability, he was the perfect natural counter to Loss, who wore metal armor. Therefore, he had to make Loss agree to the challenge to secure this 100% certain victory. Anderson believed that, as long as he won beautifully enough, crushing Loss in a very short time, there would naturally be students who admired the strong to support him, even if a challenge that took advantage of someone's exhaustion wasn't honorable. As long as one was strong enough and secured an absolute victory, not many people would remember the winner's despicableness. Anderson secretly decided in his heart that he would not only speed-run Loss in a humiliating fashion but also destroy Loss's hands in the process, making it so he could never use his ability again. After all, in an open match, it was very normal for someone to get injured due to a failure to control one's ability. The louder the cheers for you now and the higher you stand, the more miserable your fall will be later. Anderson looked at Loss darkly, thinking to himself, "Of course, I'll leave you with your life so you can witness my glorious future." Loss probably knew what Anderson was thinking. The magnetic field manipulation ability was indeed the natural counter to iron armor, this was an indisputable fact. Even with the ability of matter conversion, it would be difficult to transform all the titanium alloy hand armor into non-metallic materials in a short period of time. Even if he could achieve that. The hanging lights, fences, and even the floor of this training ground contained metal. One could say, before the battle had even begun, Loss was already surrounded by his opponents' weapons, including his own hand armor. Was there no chance of winning at all? The corners of Loss's mouth curled up slightly. Without using his ability to convert the material of his hand armor, he asked Anderson, "Who will announce the start of the match?" "You do it," Anderson said with full confidence. He focused all his attention on Loss. His magnetic field manipulation had already quietly sensed the armor covering Loss's arms, as well as the metal objects scattered throughout the area. The moment the match started, Anderson would activate his magnetic field manipulation ability to its maximum extent to tear off Loss's hands, while simultaneously manipulating the surrounding metal objects to smash him as a finishing blow. Victory was a foregone conclusion. But it had to be a clean and decisive win. The match begins. As soon as Loss finished speaking, he suddenly retreated, as if trying to distance himself from Anderson. Trying to run. It's too late. Anderson laughed wildly and reached out his hands toward Loss, who was fleeing toward the edge of the field. Activating the ability didn't even take a second. Victory or defeat would be decided within 0.1 seconds. Watch my magnetic field Mani. Boom. Anderson only felt the floor beneath his feet vibrate violently. Accompanied by a deafening sound, a burst of scorching fire exploded from the floor without warning. Before his ability could even be activated, his perspective shifted, he was floating upward. Meanwhile, from the spectators' seats, in the third-person perspective of the students, they saw that just as Loss announced the start and retreated from the core area of the field, the floor in the middle suddenly burst open, sending Anderson, who was standing there, flying several meters away. His legs, which were in contact with the exploding floor, were instantly swallowed by the blast wave. No. Golden Boy let out a terrified scream. His entire body ignited as he instantly lunged into the explosion site, pulling the mangled Anderson from the sea of fire. Quick! Medical team. With a wave of the headmistress's hand, 3 professional medical logistics personnel skillfully lifted the severely injured and unconscious Anderson onto a stretcher. Flames shot into the sky, and heat waves surged. At the edge of the explosion-ruined training ground, Loss, wearing a hood, stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly watching the flames, the debris, and Anderson being carried away by the doctor. "You might be on the 5th floor, but unfortunately, I'm in the stratosphere. You're still too young." Loss watched Anderson leave and shook his head. Using the ability of matter conversion, as long as the internal chemical composition of a substance is altered reasonably, the molecular structure can be transformed into something similar to gunpowder, specifically, a certain ratio of charcoal, saltpeter, and sulfur. The substance would then become explosive gunpowder. He had already completed the conversion long before the battle began. This was originally a trump card meant for Steve, but since it wasn't used in the first match, it happened to be saved for Anderson. The second challenge match ended in less than a second. The speed of the explosion was within milliseconds, faster than the activation of the magnetic field manipulation ability. From the very beginning, Anderson had no chance of winning this battle. Jordan stared blankly at the young man illuminated by the fire, feeling that she still knew too little about her roommate. Loss was simply incredibly cool today. But when exactly did he plant the bomb? Jordan couldn't figure it out and began to replay this blitzkrieg in her mind. On the other side of the field. Was it then? Steve suddenly remembered the warm-up session where Loss was doing push-ups on the training ground before their fight. Had he already set up that lethal trump card back then? He suddenly felt a chill, his legs trembling subconsciously, secretly feeling lucky that he didn't have the strength to force out Loss's trump card. Loss, I'm so glad you're okay. A tall and glamorous figure rushed into the field filled with smoke and rubble, tightly hugging Loss. Who else could it be but Kate? Feeling the soft, warm curves pressed against his chest, Loss looked down at Kate in his arms, who looked like a dependent little woman, yet also like a noble golden cat. Beneath her brilliant, shining pure gold hair, her fair and delicate face was flushed, and her long, beautiful eyes were misty, as if she were truly worried about Loss's safety. He knew she was likely acting, probably because his display of strength today made her willing to fully invest in him. Of course, Loss didn't care if it was real or fake, even acting provided enough emotional value. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly as he wrapped his arms around the beautiful blonde girl, as if holding a trophy symbolizing victory. The winner takes all. At Godolkin today, there was only one protagonist. Loss. 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 All the students rose from their seats, clapping in unison and cheering feverishly for Loss, the victor on the training ground who had defeated two opponents in a row. The sound shook the entire school, echoing in the azure sky and refusing to subside for a long time. In the afternoon, after things had settled down, Loss sat on the computer chair in his dorm, looking at the pair of hand armors he had removed and placed on the desk. His ability to decisively win both matches was naturally due to more than just the matter conversion ability, it also relied on the knowledge provided by Iron Man and the superhuman abilities of Injustice Superman. X-ray vision and biofield. X-ray vision allowed him to see through everything, capture weaknesses, and control the rhythm of the battle. And the biofield gave his ability extensibility, allowing him to complete matter conversion through gloves and hand armor. The outcome of the battle was as expected. However, Anderson, Loss whispered softly. He had originally only wanted to defeat Steve to establish prestige at Godolkin University. He hadn't expected Anderson to jump out, which caused him to stand out a bit too much. He believed it had already attracted the attention of the school authorities. It seems the plan to take control of the school needs to be moved forward. I'll only feel at ease once I have the power of Superman. Thinking of this, Loss rested the back of his head against the chair, closed his eyes, and sank his mind into a certain place. Deep within his soul. In New York, on the endgame battlefield that had been reduced to apocalyptic ruins. The ghost of Iron Man looked at Loss as he arrived, twitched his mustache, and praised. Not bad. You didn't let today's huge victory go to your head. He changed the subject and said with a stern face, however, I don't like you being too rigid either. Sometimes a student should act like a student and properly enjoy their youth. If it were back when he was young, he would already be in bed with a beautiful woman. In one's youth, one must release hormones and sleep with all the hot girls. I don't have time for enjoyment right now. Loss shook his head and said seriously to the ghost of Iron Man, Mr. Stark, you know what I need most right now. Boring. Here, take it. As soon as Iron Man's bored words fell, a massive amount of knowledge flooded into Loss's brain. Computer code programming, Mark I armor design blueprints, arc reactor palladium. Since Loss defeated two at once at Godolkin University. A week after becoming famous from that battle. New York. Vought International, the 7 headquarters. Located in the prime central business district, on the top floor of a skyscraper, inside a luxurious and spacious modern conference room. Under the bright lights, stars and stripes shone as Homelander, draped in his America flag cape, took his seat first. Afterward, 5 superheroes on either side of the massive conference table sat down in their respective exclusive metal chairs. They were Queen Maeve, the Deep, A-Train, Black Noir, and the new member who had recently joined through a national selection, Starlight. A metal chair next to the conference table remained vacant. It was originally Translucent's seat. Regarding the murder of Translucent, the suspect can now be confirmed as Billy Butcher, a former member of the CIA's Black Ops group, codenamed Butcher. As Homelander's secretary, Ashley, said this, she stole a glance at the head of the table and continued. He likely commands an organization involved in intelligence gathering and weapon supply, but we currently don't know much about this group. At the head of the table, Homelander looked at the files on Butcher, his gaze stopping at the section regarding Butcher's wife. He probably knew why the other party was targeting the 7. Butcher's wife, huh? She was quite something, knew every position, and had even done him a huge favor. Homelander's thoughts wandered for a moment before he said with a grim expression. If we rely on the police or others to investigate, who knows how long it will take. All members present, keep a close eye on this. All 5 members nodded in awe and agreement. Within the 7, no one dared to defy this super leader. Then there's the matter of the candidate to replace Translucent. Before Ashley could finish her sentence, Homelander's face darkened. Ashley, didn't I say that I would decide the members? He had already decided to let that student named Lost take Translucent's place. This wasn't my decision, Ashley said with a long face, feeling wronged. It's a candidate recommended by headquarters. I'll explain the details to you later. Let's leave it at that for now. Homelander waved his hand. Meeting adjourned. Although he knew Butcher was targeting the group, he didn't actually care much. In the face of absolute power and financial control, all schemes are fragile. As long as those rats hiding in the gutters dare to come out, his heat vision will shoot them down like the sun. Meanwhile, in an urban village on the outskirts of the Third Ring Road in New York, inside a lightless, enclosed underground room. The boys, led by Butcher and consisting of 4 men and 1 woman, were also holding a secret meeting. They were watching the surveillance footage of the 7's conference room until the end of the video where Homelander adjourned the meeting. How was it? Not bad, right? Marvin closed his laptop and smiled triumphantly, waiting for praise from their leader, Butcher. Indeed, not bad. Clad in a heavy black coat, the bearded Butcher sat in the darkness with a face as calm as water, his eyes flashing with sharp light. The question is, Mother's Milk, how did you get the surveillance footage from the 7's conference room? Billy Butcher was very well aware of the resources and capabilities of Vought International. They were the world's #1 corporation. Even if, Mother's Milk, Marvin was the smartest and best planner among them, he shouldn't have been able to hack through the network firewall of the 7's headquarters. It's a top-tier hacker named Iron Man I met on the dark web these past few days. Marvin was very excited and remarked sincerely, he actually found out I've been collecting information on the 7 and even uncovered my personal information, saying he would assist us online to take down the 7. Marvin. Frenchie, a member of the boys who specialized in providing weapons, frowned. You trust an outsider so easily? He questioned. You have to realize, we are going up against Vought International, the 7, and Homelander. One mistake and we'll all be wiped out. I know that without you telling me. Marvin waved his hand and pouted, retorted, with Iron Man's top-tier hacking skills, if he supported Homelander, he would have reported us long ago instead of helping us. But, Frenchie, leaning near the only female present, Kimiko, still felt uneasy. Opposing soups of Homelander's level meant any oversight could lead to their total destruction. Huey, the newcomer who had just joined the boys, didn't know what to say as he watched the professional team on the verge of an argument. Enough. Finally, Butcher spoke up and stopped the dispute. Butcher pondered for a moment, looked at Marvin, and instructed, Mother's Milk, investigate the top hacker Iron Man further. It would be best if you could find out his true identity in the real world. All right. Marvin agreed. He believed that with Iron Man's technical assistance, the boys would be much stronger. To take down the 7 and deal with Homelander, we currently have 2 directions. Butcher held up 2 fingers and assigned the tasks. First, continue to target, A Tron of the 7 is a breakthrough and investigate what that compound versus he's using actually is. At this point, Butcher specifically glanced at the newcomer Huey, observing his face contort with anger and his hands clenching into fists on his lap. Butcher knew that the other man had not yet escaped the shadow of his girlfriend being killed by a train. Excellent. To take down the 7 as ordinary people, anger and hatred are the perfect fuels. Butcher extended a second finger and said solemnly, "Second, find the mastermind behind Homelander, this is also of the utmost importance." Recently, due to the legendary hero case of Homelander saving the plane, the bill for Supes to join the military is being pushed forward and might become a reality in the near future. Regarding this, Butcher felt a bit of regret. If Homelander had destroyed the plane with his own hands due to incompetence, those 100+ innocent lives would have been enough dirt to take him down. As for the lives of the passengers on the plane, what did they have to do with him? To get revenge on Homelander, Butcher believed any sacrifice was worth it. Unfortunately, the plane really was saved by Homelander, and now the propaganda of patriotic power, rivaling the gods, was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Additionally, Translucent's body, stored in a zinc metal box, was found by the 7 from the seabed faster than expected. Under this series of maneuvers, the 7 were at the height of their power, while the boys had been in a very passive position. Butcher believed that Homelander didn't have the brains for this, there must be a you-know-who hiding behind the scenes giving advice. He thought about it and suggested, "Mother's milk, why don't you have Iron Man investigate and see if he can find the mastermind behind Homelander? Use this to prove whether Iron Man is reliable and trustworthy." "Okay, I'll get right on it." Marvin immediately agreed. The boys were in a bad spot and desperately needed a powerful member to join and push things forward. A short while later. Godolphin University, student dormitory. Loss logged into his Iron Man account on the dark web and saw the message sent by the username Mother's Milk, his expression becoming somewhat strange. Asking me to investigate the mastermind behind Homelander. Investigate myself. Loss rubbed his chin. Since the 7 were currently unstoppable, he needed the boys as a sharp blade to stop Vought International's pace toward a dictatorship in America. Therefore, after helping Homelander, he naturally had to give the struggling the boys a hand. He would continue to muddy the waters in New York, letting the two sides fight each other to buy himself time to grow. At Godolphin University's cafeteria, 2 female figures dining together drew the attention of many students, who kept looking over. One was all smiles, wearing a beautiful, stunning long dress. The other had a poker face, wearing a more neutral style suit. It was Kate and Jordan in her female form. Jordan reminded her, "Kate, a lot of people are looking at you. They aren't looking because of me, it's mostly because of Loss." Kate shook her head lightly, well aware of her own standing. "After all, I'm Loss's rumored girlfriend." Jordan agreed wholeheartedly. That roommate of hers had taken down 2 opponents in a row, crushing both the 18th and 6th ranked students, skyrocketing from 383rd to 3rd place in a single day. This had already made school history, a legend in his freshman year. It could be said, Loss's fame and prestige in the school were now even higher than the number 1 ranked Golden Boy. Once upon a time, Loss was noticed by students because of Kate's favor. Now, it was completely reversed. Kate was attracting attention because of Loss. This was the direct reversal brought about by strength and personal charisma. Kate rested her chin on her hand, nonchalantly stirring her orange juice with a straw, as if asking casually. "Speaking of which, where is Loss? Why haven't I seen him come to the cafeteria with you lately?" "Him. He's been holed up in the dorm lately, no idea what kind of gadget he's building again. He even has me pack his lunch and dinner." Jordan paused, looking at the distracted Kate across from her, and realized something. So, she hadn't come to dine with her, she had come specifically to fish for news about Loss. Jordan found it a bit redundant and asked in surprise, "You have his phone number, right? Why don't you just ask him directly or ask him out?" Kate shook her head, gently tucking a lock of golden hair behind her ear, revealing a fair, delicate earlobe. She smiled meaningfully. "When a man is working, it's best for a woman not to disturb him." Jordan looked at Kate and suddenly understood why she, in her female form, was far less popular in school than the other girl. Not only was she a beautiful, tall, American sweetheart, who rivaled fashion magazine models, but she also understood boys' emotional needs and value perfectly. She was calculating enough to get close, yet delicate enough not to be overly clingy. No boy could resist this kind of bad girl, with a pure yet seductive face and a scheming mind. Just as Jordan was thinking this, Kate asked with some trepidation, "Jordan, do you think if a girl confesses first, she'll be looked down upon by him?" Kate was beginning to doubt her own charm. The first time Loss saved her, he didn't really make a move on her. Now, she had been so direct with her hints, yet she still hadn't received a confession of love from Loss. Recently, many fools in school had started coveting Loss, which immediately made Kate unable to sit still. Jordan thought for a moment and said, if it's Loss, he probably wouldn't care who confesses first. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A top-tier hottie that every boy in school desired but couldn't have, and now she was thinking about how to pursue Loss. That guy, he really has it going on. Jordan became increasingly curious about what Loss was planning and where his future would lead. Loss. Jordan carried the packed beef burger and pushed the door open excitedly. The dorm room was sealed tight, the computer desk had been converted into a workbench, and all sorts of mechanical equipment and tools were present. Many precision devices and wires were intertwined along the walls and ceiling, making the room look like a small, specialized factory. Jordan was already used to this. As early as a week ago, Loss had started a complete renovation of the dorm. However, this time, upon entering, Jordan quickly discovered something even more unusual than before. You're back in the dorm, so be back in the dorm. Why yell so loud? Loss rose from his computer chair, walked over to take the beef burger from Jordan's hand, and closed the door behind him. What is that? Jordan stared straight at the workbench in the dorm. Despite the desk lamp being on, a mysterious white light still shone blindingly in the room, as if it were a crystal of energy. A metallic ring encased the concentrated energy and white light. The arc reactor I built, the first version. Loss explained casually while eating the burger. Loss, this is no joke. Jordan's eyes widened in shock. This epic-making reactor had a greater visual and mental impact than the gold from before. In her female form, she could release energy blasts, so she was very sensitive to energy. Jordan could feel an extraordinary amount of energy coming from the mechanical core, which was less than half the size of a palm. Facing Jordan's exaggerated reaction, Loss couldn't help but smile. This was just the first version of the arc reactor, primarily based on palladium. If he were to build a new element similar to the tesseract later on, the subsequent arc reactor would be a truly epic-making, top-tier energy core. This little thing is probably enough to provide power for the whole school. Jordan asked blankly, what exactly are you going to use it to power? You'll know soon enough. Loss smiled mysteriously, keeping her in suspense. He looked at Jordan and said, this is also thanks to you. If you hadn't allowed me to renovate the dorm and helped me buy materials, I wouldn't have been able to build it in such a short time. Loss's conversion ability could significantly speed up efficiency by performing material conversion using materials with similar molecular structures. For example, turning ordinary iron into gold is hard to do, as the molecular structure between the two differs too much. But if you convert mercury or platinum into gold, it's much simpler. Aren't we friends? Friends don't need to be so polite. Jordan waved her hand. She seemed to remember something and took out a bank card from her pocket. This is an anonymous Wall Street bank card. It has $8.5 million in it, which is what remained after selling your gold. Loss said indifferently, keep it with you for now, I'll ask you for it when I need it. Buddy, that's over $8 million. Jordan raised an eyebrow, instinctively saying, aren't you afraid I'll embezzle it? Before she finished speaking, she found it funny herself. Let alone students, even for Wall Street tycoons, $8 million+ was a huge sum. But for Loss, he could create gold of even higher value in a single afternoon using his conversion ability. Even just this one arc reactor, if he applied for a patent, would be enough to make him the richest man in America. Comparing people just makes you mad. Jordan looked at Loss, who had finished the beef burger, and sighed with some frustration. Why do I feel like your assistant now? Loss replied, so, are you coming as my assistant? Jordan was stunned for a moment, meeting Loss's serious gaze. The dorm fell into silence. She suddenly remembered what Loss had said before. Step out of the school rankings, accomplish something outside of school, and use that to better prove herself to her parents. Jordan felt her heart pounding uncontrollably. She crossed her arms and replied, fine, I'm in. I'm basically your assistant already anyway. Remember to pay me 100,000 US dollars a month. Deduct it from the bank card yourself. Loss's plan succeeded. He snapped his fingers and mused. So, my assistant, now I'm going to give you your first task as a new hire. Register a company. Jordan looked at Loss in surprise. Loss nodded. In the future, if he wanted to build more cross-century products from Stark Industries, a workshop converted from a two-person dormitory would be difficult to realize. He needed a large enough private workshop and a large enough manufacturing factory. Registering a company and using the shell of a tech enterprise was the best choice. Jordan quickly slipped into the role of assistant, taking out a phone to record. Boss, tell me your requirements. Loss thought for a moment and said, the location should be in New York, within the 3rd Ring Road, close to Godolphin University and Vought International's headquarters. He paused and added, the legal representative will be you, and the initial type of the enterprise will be a prosthetic manufacturing factory. By having his assistant Jordan register the company, he, the boss, could continue to remain behind the scenes. A prosthetic manufacturing factory in name would provide more room for maneuvering when purchasing materials and building armor. Jordan pondered. In that case, it's best for us to acquire a processing factory on the verge of bankruptcy and rebrand it. No problem, go ahead and handle it, Loss agreed readily. Having previously let Jordan handle the gold sale, he was already aware of the other's capabilities. Coming from a family of wealthy overseas Chinese merchants since childhood, Jordan's vision and social skills far exceeded ordinary people, plus she had that impenetrable poker face. It could be said that Jordan was a natural elite in the business world. With a company about to be registered and created, Jordan was also somewhat excited, asking for details. What will the company's name be? Loss pondered for a moment and answered, let's call it, Man of Steel Industries. Steel was a tribute to his cheap deceased teacher, Iron Man. After all, it was based on Stark Industries technology. And, Steel Body, also represented the true boss behind this tech industry. Loss looked up at Jordan, who had started searching for a suitable company to rebrand on her phone's browser. With Jordan's formal joining, the plan to take control of the school could be further advanced. Now, only one person was missing. By the way, Kate. Loss was just about to ask Jordan about Kate's situation. Unexpectedly, Jordan interrupted him directly and said hurriedly, I almost forgot to tell you, I need to go home for a bit. I've also taken leave from the school, so I won't be coming back to the dorm tonight. Without giving Loss any chance to ask questions, Jordan hurriedly left the dorm with her phone. Loss did some simple tidying in the dorm when there was a sudden knock at the door. It wasn't his roommate Jordan returning. His X-ray vision immediately identified the person outside the door. Loss suddenly realized and understood why Jordan had left as if she were fleeing for her life. He put the arc reactor into a drawer and opened the door. Hi, Loss, good afternoon. Outside the door, a blonde girl took the initiative to greet Loss. It was indeed Kate. Only, today's Kate had clearly dressed up carefully. Her already exquisite and beautiful face was as dreamy as an angel's, and her stylish earrings and necklace highlighted her temperament. Her long blonde hair had also been specially washed and emitted a faint fragrance. She was wearing the plain white long shirt and miniskirt from when she first met Loss, with a pair of slender, fair long legs in black tall boots. Her body curves were so hot that even a devil would sigh at them. Is something the matter? Loss pretended not to know Kate's intention and asked curiously. Kate puffed out her cheeks slightly and said coquettishly, I'm already at the door, won't you let me in to sit for a while? Come in. Loss stepped aside, allowing Kate to enter the dorm. In an instant, the workshop that was originally filled with cold metal became fragrant. Do you need the lights on? Loss asked tentatively. Since the curtains were drawn, it would be pitch black once the door was closed. This is your territory, you're the boss, I'll listen to you. Kate held her hands behind her back, turned around, and puffed out her chest, her curves prominent as she stared straight at Loss. Actually, Kate's looks leaned towards a pure style, with the sense of a noble, unattainable flower, but at this moment her narrow, beautiful eyes were filled with ambiguity, and her moist lips exhaled fragrance intermittently, making it easier to stir up one's fire. It inspired a strong desire to conquer. Loss sighed inwardly. It seemed that to subdue a mind control user like Kate, he still needed to use the hard power of real steel and flesh. Loss didn't hesitate much and closed the door directly. At the moment the dorm fell into darkness, a hot, soft body crashed into Loss's arms, and a jelly-like sensation came from his lips. Mr. Stark was right. Once in a while, one needs to rest and balance work with leisure. Thinking this, Loss took the initiative in the darkness and blocked his soul connection with Injustice Superman and Iron Man. After recent tests, he could now actively block the connection with other souls in his body for up to 6 hours a day. Of course, on ordinary days, Loss had no need to block the spirits, but tonight was clearly a very special case. That night, New York, Godolphin University Hospital. In a private ward, Golden Boy pushed the door open and walked in, looking at his roommate Anderson lying on the hospital bed with vacant eyes. On the bed, Anderson's upper body was still wrapped in a large amount of bandages, and the space where his legs should have been was now empty. Andre, get some rest, everything will be fine. Golden Boy sat down in the monitor chair next to the bed and comforted him. See for yourself, Anderson said expressionlessly, handing his still-lit phone to Golden Boy. Golden Boy took it and saw it was a post on the Godolphin School forum. After Jordan took leave and left school, Kate entered Loss's dorm and hasn't come out yet. The post also included a photo of Kate on the scene. The blonde girl with her makeup done was dazzling and moving. Staying overnight in Loss's dorm alone, one didn't need to think to know what happened next. Below the post, many female students were commenting. Loss is so fierce, I'm so jealous of Kate. Golden Boy, who was originally comforting Anderson, instantly flared up with rage upon seeing this. His fingers gripped tightly, nearly crushing the phone, and his clothes showed faint signs of catching fire. The whole school knew that Golden Boy was the first to pursue Kate. Golden Boy, I wanted to endure it too, but I can't. On the hospital bed, Anderson clenched his fists and growled, I'm a complete cripple now, while that guy is holding Kate. How am I supposed to endure this? I want him, Loss, to pay the price. As he said this, every metal object in the ward, the bed, the cabinet, the window, the light tubes, the air conditioner, and so on, began to tremble and hum. Anderson's bloodshot eyes looked at Golden Boy and questioned. Golden Boy, are you really willing to accept this? Giving Kate to him, giving the school's #1 spot to him. What else can be done? Golden Boy frowned and asked, how about I challenge him tomorrow? No. Anderson shook his head and patted his severed legs. Have you forgotten what happened to me? He's too despicable, he won't fight you directly. His eyes were full of resentment as he plotted. We must use unconventional means to sanction him. Morning, Godolphin University student dormitory. A beam of golden sunlight spilled in through the gap in the drawn curtains, and the once tightly sealed dormitory room gradually brightened. Miniskirts, knee-high boots, and even lace lingerie scattered across the floor faintly hinted at the intensity of last night. Feeling a subtle tickle on the tip of his nose and neck, Loss opened his sleepy eyes to see Kate wearing a white shirt, lying on his chest like a golden tabby cat. Her soft, long golden hair spread out like dappled sunlight, filling the pillow with a fragrant scent, with a few strands falling across his face and neck. Loss looked at the girl's sleeping face, weary yet close by. Last night, 6 hours were barely enough, and in the end, it cost him hundreds of millions to successfully persuade Kate. Loss stated plainly that he had no intention of dating for the time being, but he had founded a company, and Kate could join as his secretary in the future. Kate agreed. With this, the conditions for Loss to plan his takeover of the school were complete. Moving the sleepy golden tabby cat off his body, Loss got out of bed, took some fresh clothes, and went into the bathroom to bathe. After bathing, just as Loss was drying his hair with a towel, he heard a knock at the dormitory door. He used his X-ray vision to scan the door. This time, it was Jordan. Logically, Jordan knew the situation in his dormitory right now and shouldn't have been in such a rush to return. Unless something unusual had happened. Loss felt refreshed after his shower. The comfort of last night hadn't made him sluggish, but rather full of energy. After a brief thought, he opened the door a crack. Come out quickly. Jordan, in her female form, didn't enter the room but urged him in a low voice. What happened? Loss stepped out of the dormitory and looked at the serious-faced Jordan. Jordan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, just now, I saw Anderson at school. And then, Loss leaned against the dormitory door, looking calm. It had only been a week, so Anderson, who was seriously injured, should still be recuperating in the hospital. Anderson was in a wheelchair, and Golden Boy took him into Professor Brink's office. Jordan frowned, worried, I have a feeling he's coming for you. Professor Brink. Loss murmured. This professor was the head of the Lamplighter School of Crime Fighting, and his authority at Godolphin University was even higher than that of Dean Indira Shetty. Anderson disregarded his own injuries to see Professor Brink. If it was to take revenge on him, what would he say to the professor? At this moment, the dormitory door opened. Kate, having heard the commotion, had already woken up. She put on the shirt and skirt she had arrived in yesterday, looked at Loss and Jordan standing outside the door, and asked, what happened? Let's go inside and talk. Loss suggested. The three of them returned to the dormitory and closed the door. Kate sat directly on Loss's bed, while Jordan sat on her own bed, and they had a brief discussion. How about I go approach Anderson and use my ability to confirm his thoughts? Kate said with a worried look on her face. She was now Loss's person, so she naturally prioritized him when thinking about things. Loss sat in the computer chair, tapped his fingers on the desk, and shook his head, there's no need for that. No matter what Anderson is thinking, going to see the professor means he definitely wants to get the school's help. Right now, what Anderson wants to do is no longer important. What matters is the school administration's attitude and thoughts toward me. Loss began to consider the worst-case scenario. Anderson alone couldn't stir up much trouble. But if it were the school administration, that would be hard to say. Godolphin University wasn't just a special university equipped with doctors, security, and scientists, it also had VOD International behind it. As Loss thought of this, he had already made up his mind on how to respond. Noon. Just as Loss, the freshly bathed Kate, and Jordan were having lunch in the school cafeteria. An unexpected person approached their table. Golden Boy. Jordan looked in surprise at the handsome white young man who had taken the initiative to approach them. The person was none other than the school's top-ranked Golden Boy. It was he who had pushed Anderson's wheelchair to see Professor Brink that morning. Good afternoon, Jordan, Kate. Golden Boy's gaze paused slightly on Kate. Golden Boy, I'm already with Loss. Kate hugged Loss's arm gently and said seriously, I hope we can still be friends like before. I understand. Golden Boy nodded and looked at the figure beside Kate. Loss, I actually came here specifically to find you. Oh. Loss raised his eyes in surprise, staring at Golden Boy. Golden Boy sighed, his expression struggling, and said with a melancholic look, I couldn't stop Anderson. He explained your ability to Professor Brink, claiming it's unstable and dangerous, possibly involving matter conversion. Combined with his own severed legs, he's demanding that the school administration punish you severely. Sigh, we're all classmates, why has it come to this? Just be careful. Finishing this, Golden Boy seemed to give a well-intentioned warning and then turned to leave. Jordan watched Golden Boy's retreating figure and said in surprise, I didn't expect Golden Boy to be so kind. It's kindness, but not much of it. Loss shook his head lightly. He didn't have mind-reading abilities, but by observing the other person's heart with his X-ray vision, he could detect some clues. At this moment, Golden Boy, having walked out of the cafeteria, looked at the sun outside and sighed inwardly. Anderson, I'm sorry. He clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination, and whispered, Brother, I'll be able to rescue you very soon. After lunch, the three of them returned to the dormitory. In the dormitory, Loss opened his computer to show Kate and Jordan a surveillance video. Kate and Jordan were initially confused, but soon their expressions changed completely. This was surveillance footage of an underground experimental base. In over 20 isolation labs, researchers in white coats were performing human experiments on young boys and girls. What made their scalps tingle even more was that among the young test subjects in the lab, they saw several familiar faces who had long since been announced as having dropped out. They had once been students at Godolphin University. At the end of the video, the person walking into the laboratory in a white coat was none other than the usually suited and tied Professor Brink. This laboratory is right under our school, directly beneath the dormitory. Loss pointed at the floor and said calmly, This is the true face of Godolphin University. Kate and Jordan were both stunned, and it took a long time for them to recover. How dare they? Kate gritted her teeth, trembling with rage. Jordan maintained a poker face, looked at Loss calmly, and asked, Should we expose the school's experimental base to the outside world? It's useless. Loss shook his head and said, Godolphin University has bought international behind it. The power of the media stands on the side of capital. Then should we notify the seven? Kate's words trailed off halfway. She suddenly realized that the so-called heroic team of saviors, the Seven, was precisely Vought International's most satisfactory masterpiece of the century, bar none. Look at this boy. Loss rewound the surveillance video on the computer and pointed to one of the laboratory rooms. Inside the laboratory, a white boy was being imprisoned, and he was the one guarded most heavily by security personnel among the many laboratories. Kate and Jordan scrutinized it carefully. Soon, Kate froze. He looks a bit like Golden Boy. It really is. Jordan widened her eyes and looked at Loss in shock. Could it be that he is? Loss continued, That's right, his name is Sam, and he is Golden Boy's younger brother. He paused and speculated, Golden Boy must have known about the existence of the Woods laboratory long ago, and he also knew that his brother Sam was being held in the underground laboratory. Kate realized something. Could it be that he wants to save Sam? I understand now. Jordan had a sudden realization and said in a deep voice, Loss, when Golden Boy warned you in the cafeteria, it wasn't actually for your sake, but to rescue Sam. He wants you to rescue his brother from the laboratory amidst the chaos while you are fighting with the school administration. I thought of that too. Loss nodded. Golden Boy was perhaps worried that he would be controlled by the school administration all at once, so he specifically came over to give a warning, letting him prepare. Jordan spat and sighed. I thought he was purely kind-hearted, coming over to warn you. I didn't expect him to have ulterior motives. Kate didn't say much else. She just made a decision in her heart that she would no longer be friends with Golden Boy from now on. Now, plotting against Loss was the same as plotting against her. So what should we do now, Loss? Inside the dormitory, Kate and Jordan both looked at Loss, having already tacitly accepted him as their backbone. Instead of sitting around waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. Loss opened the drawer, and a beam of light as bright as day emanated from it, the arc reactor. Today, everyone had their own selfish motives. Anderson wanted revenge, Golden Boy wanted his brother, and the school administration might have other goals. They all wanted to use him, Loss, as a pawn. Then he simply wouldn't pretend anymore, he would just flip the board. Just as Loss was thinking this, his phone in his pocket suddenly dinged. He took it out, swiped the screen to check, and said playfully, It's a message from the dean, Dean Indira Shetty. She wants me to go to the dean's office alone tonight. Kate said quickly, Loss, I'll go with you tonight. No, you absolutely cannot go. Jordan shook her head gravely, looked at Loss and said, Why don't you escape the school now? We can't win on their turf. Facing their suggestions, Loss rejected them all. Bringing Kate, who has mind control abilities, to the dean's office, the intention was too obvious. As for escaping, where could he escape to? Whose turf it actually is remains to be seen. Loss closed his eyes and whispered softly. Soon, he opened his eyes again, his gaze as sharp as a sword's edge, and said to Kate and Jordan, "From now on, follow my arrangements." That night fell on Godolphin University as scheduled. After finishing dinner as usual, the students began returning to their apartment dorms one after another. In a little while, it would be the school's curfew. Loss, however, left the dormitory and walked alone toward the dean's office in the teaching building. On the school playground, a young black man in a wheelchair watched Loss's figure walk into the teaching building with Schadenfreude. Meanwhile, on the roof of the apartment building, a young white man with a complex look in his eyes also watched Loss from afar inside. In the eyes of Anderson and Golden Boy, this rapidly rising campus legend would fall like a shooting star tonight. Knock. As soon as Loss knocked on the door, a loud and forceful response came from inside the dean's office, "Come in." Pushing the door open and entering, Loss saw a middle-aged woman in a suit and skirt sitting on an office chair inside the large, modern office. The current dean of Godolphin University, Dean Indira Shetty, was also sizing up the student who had walked into her office. Chinese descent, very young, sunny and handsome, especially those bright and spirited eyes. An outstanding freshman who defeated two opponents in the open tournament, currently ranked third in the whole school, a legend who could be written into school history. Dean Indira Shetty smiled and said, "Student Loss, please sit." She said in a joking tone, teasing, "Your popularity in school is soaring now. Many female students must be chasing after you, right?" Loss didn't stand on ceremony either. He sat directly on the chair in front of the desk and got straight to the point. "Dean, is there something you need me for this late?" Dean Indira Shetty frowned slightly, realizing that the psychological offensive used to close the distance with ordinary students didn't seem to work. "Since that was the case, then, I called you here because I want to understand your abilities." Dean Indira Shetty stared straight into Loss's eyes, as if she wanted to see right through him. Loss said casually, with confusion, "My abilities. What's there to understand? Isn't it all written in my student file? Enhancement and degradation of matter. But as far as I know, you can turn metals like coins into non-metals." Dean Indira Shetty paused and continued, "And, last time at the open tournament, you also converted the floor into gunpowder." Loss spread his hands, "Actually, I don't know how I did it either." Dean Indira Shetty tapped the desk with her finger and said seriously, "Student Loss, you are wary of the school." Loss shook his head, "It's not that I am wary of the school. It's you all, who made me wary of the school." The conversation had fallen apart a bit. Dean Indira Shetty felt a bit helpless inside. Today, Professor Brink came to see her, asking her to hand over a student for him to study. That was Loss, whose ability was suspected to be matter conversion, which would be of great help to experimental research in VOD International. Originally, Dean Indira Shetty still wanted to try to fight for him. If Loss had honestly explained his abilities and was willing to follow her instructions in the future, it wouldn't have been impossible to protect Loss. Unfortunately, Loss was not cooperating. The approachable smile on Dean Indira Shetty's face disappeared, and she said in a low voice, "You went a bit too far by blowing off Anderson's legs at the open tournament. I remember that according to the rules of the school's open tournament, getting injured is a very normal thing." Loss chuckled, "If I had been the one to lose my legs or hands in that duel, would the school administration have held Anderson accountable?" Dean Indira Shetty fell silent. Anderson was different. His father is the hero Polarity, and also a member of the Board of Trustees of Godolphin University. Dean Indira Shetty looked at Loss with regret. Professor Brink's request, the pressure from Trustee Polarity, plus Loss's lack of cooperation. She had already made her decision in her heart. An excellent student is not as good as an excellent test subject, at least the latter is easier to control. Dean Indira Shetty picked up the dean's exclusive phone, dialed a short number, and said coldly, "Send a team over." She had just put down the receiver when Loss, who was sitting opposite, suddenly said, "Dean, sending a team of security from the woods isn't enough. If you're going to do it, just call all the security guards over." "You?" Dean Indira Shetty looked at Loss in astonishment. Her brain was a bit chaotic for a moment. How did this student know about the Woods Human Experimentation Facility? It's about time. Loss stood up from his seat unhurriedly and glanced at the thick night outside the campus window. Dean Indira Shetty had no superpowers, but she understood human nature very well. She sensed a strong feeling that something was wrong and kicked a red emergency button under the desk, wanting to contact the headquarters of VOD International. Loss said calmly, "It's useless. I already cut off the school's external signals just now." He was carrying equipment that blocked external signals. From this moment on, no phone calls or network information could be sent out of the campus. At this moment, Loss stopped pretending and laid his cards on the table. From now on, he was taking over Godolphin University. Tonight is the eve of obtaining Superman's power. Late at night, at Godolphin University, students had successively gone to sleep in their darkened dormitory apartments. Security personnel, fully armed with automatic firearms, sonic devices, and protective helmets, quietly broke the silence of the playground at night. They emerged from a portal underground, formed tactical formations in a well-trained manner, and approached the illuminated teaching building. At this moment, inside the dean's office in the central teaching building, Dean Indira Shetty looked stunned, watching the young man who had calmly risen from his seat, facing the campus nightscape outside the window, his demeanor having shifted. Compared to his previous sunny and easygoing nature, he was now unrestrained, wise, cold, and carried the confidence of someone in control of the present moment. Something was wrong. Disregarding etiquette, she crouched under the desk and pressed the emergency contact button for VOD International headquarters again, but there was no response as expected. Just as Loss had said, the school's external signal had been cut off by him. To truly control the school, besides possessing strength that surpassed the campus, there was a very critical point. One must not let the outside world, or even the students, notice the changes in the school. Once VOD International noticed, or the students found out, Loss's operation would fail. Therefore, he had been waiting for nightfall, waiting for the campus curfew, and used a ruse to come to the dean's office to block external signals. In the hallway outside, the sound of dense footsteps rang out. The armed personnel had arrived. Hearing the commotion, Dean Indira Shetty's expression calmed, and she regained her original composure. Godolphin University was not equipped with ordinary security guards, but a combat team specially trained and armed to deal with SUP students. Even someone as powerful as the school's #1 Golden Boy's brother, Sam, was just prey in the hands of the combat team members. Just as she thought this with relief, Dean Indira Shetty saw Loss undo the buttons of his jacket. A streak of white light spilled out from beneath his shirt. It was clearly a metal energy crystal embedded in the center of his chest. That was the epic-making product Loss had built over the past week. Click. The wooden door of the dean's office was kicked open. An armed unit, seemingly cloaked in the night, burst in with guns drawn. There were 8 of them, guarding the room's situation. Soon, they were all stunned. They saw that opposite Dean Indira Shetty. Before the desk, obsidian black, thin, and advanced armor perfectly adhered to the young man's body, layer by layer, transforming him into Iron Man. Centered on the white as daylight energy slot on his chest, precisely crafted armor plates pieced together into a whole, with cold radiance spilling from his limbs and eye sockets. The perfect metal curves had almost no gaps, resembling an alien product or machinery from the future. The dean leaned her thin back against the wall and screamed in alarm, "Seize him!" Almost the moment the dean's order rang out, the sound of suppressed gunfire erupted. The 8 armed personnel fired almost simultaneously, the intertwined bullets forming a torrent of steel, converging on the armored Loss. To deal with SUPs, one must use unconventional armed strikes. Although the dean's order was only to capture, they would still go all out. Anyway, SUPs generally didn't die easily. Facing the automatic rifle barrage, Loss did not dodge, nor was there any need to. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew, and the bullets that landed on the titanium alloy armor were all deflected without exception, the dented bullet heads scattering on the floor like rain. It was just that the kinetic energy generated by the numerous bullets made it difficult for Loss to take a step forward. Firepower suppression, huh? Now it's my turn. Not giving the armed personnel time to reload, Loss raised his hands. In the center of his black armored palms, two blinding white lights lit up. Hiss! Hiss! Two beams of white energy torrents cut through the air of the dean's office. Almost instantly, the two armed personnel 10 meters away were pierced through by the torrent, along with their guns. Their bulletproof vests were as thin as paper, their bodies melted through by the high temperature of the energy, the wounds completely penetrated. Facing this shocking scene, the remaining armed personnel were momentarily stunned. Usually, they could easily suppress Soup's test subjects, relying on their sophisticated weaponry. But now, compared to the opponent's energy hand cannons, their automatic rifles were like primitive people holding stone spears fighting a modern army. What kind of joke is this? Boom! The engines on the back of the titanium alloy armor ignited, and with a powerful thrust, Law swooped down at a low altitude, charging into the ranks of the armed personnel. He grabbed a firearm with one metal hand and pinned the armed personnel who appeared to be the captain against the wall. The honors certificates on the wall scattered, and the wall began to crack under the pressure. Ah! The armed captain let out a low roar of pain, his gun muzzle pressed against Law's armored metal chest, still pulling the trigger. Bullets flew everywhere. Until the magazine was empty, he still couldn't penetrate the target's armor. The armed captain, embedded in the wall, felt a sense of suffocation and despair, struggling and shouting, "Sonic weapons!" In fact, he didn't need to remind them. After discovering that firearms were useless, the remaining armed personnel opened the sonic devices equipped on their bodies. Usually, just one sonic device being turned on was enough to stun a Soup student with physical enhancement abilities, let alone 5 of them simultaneously. Almost instantly, the sonic waves intertwined in the dean's office, forming actual shockwaves that blasted toward Laws. Sonic waves overlapped, metal vibrated and hummed. On the ceiling, the gorgeous glass light fixtures shattered first under the sonic impact, plunging into darkness. From the moment the battle between the two sides began, the dean, or rather Dean Indira Shetty, had hidden under the desk. Now, even though she was more than 10 meters away from the sonic zone, holding her head with both hands, Dean Indira Shetty still felt as if her head was splitting. The sound waves lasted for a full 10 seconds before stopping, and all sounds subsequently quieted down. The messy dean's office was deathly silent in the darkness. Obviously, the battle was over. Dean Indira Shetty breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, supporting herself with the desk. Godolphin University had suppressed the student rebellion, as always. A look of relief appeared on Dean Indira Shetty's face, until she climbed up from the ground, and the smile quickly froze. In the dark and silent office, only one tall figure remained standing, his eyes overflowing with cold energy light, calmly watching her. Like a mechanical demon god. This is impossible. Dean Indira Shetty's voice trembled. She had held a high position in the school for many years and was skilled at using psychology to control Soup students. This time, she rarely showed fear and despair, her still charming body trembling all over. Since I knew you were carrying sonic weapons, you didn't think my armor wasn't prepared with relative protection, did you? Laws lowered his head, looking at the armed personnel who had fallen to the ground in a mess, and crushed a sonic device under his foot. Dean Indira Shetty suppressed the fear in her heart and asked, "Laws, what exactly do you want? We can sit down and talk." Laws shook his head. "There's no need to talk. I want this school to become my territory." Dean Indira Shetty persuaded, "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to become the manager of the school. Everything here belongs to VOD International. Using their own methods against them." Laws chuckled, looked at the female dean, and said playfully, "My dear dean, didn't you like to play with people's hearts and treat students as tools? Have you ever thought about becoming a manipulated tool for the rest of your life? What do you want to do to me?" Dean Indira Shetty crossed her arms over her chest, looking fearfully at Iron Man standing in the darkness. At this moment, a crisp sound of high heels clicking echoed from the corridor outside. Dean Indira Shetty looked up and, aided by the light from the corridor outside, saw a familiar and beautiful figure walk into the office. Her golden hair, draped over her shoulders, shone brilliantly against the backlight. Dean Indira Shetty stared blankly at the blonde girl, Kate. "That's right, It was indeed one of the students she favored and was proud of, Kate, whose power is mind control. Kate walked past the corpses of the armed personnel on the ground and arrived beside the bullet-riddled Iron Man. Dean Indira Shetty smiled bitterly, understanding Loss's words from just a moment ago. She wore a pained expression and scolded, Kate, how could you do this? I am the dean, and I've always been very good to you. This is a blatant betrayal. Mrs. Shetty, it is precisely because you have been so good to me that I asked Loss to do this. Kate shook her head and said earnestly. Under the bright moonlight spilling in from outside the window. Kate, dressed in a white dress, was beautiful and moving, like a pure little white flower. She walked gracefully to Dean Indira Shetty and reached out her smooth arms to gently embrace her. Believe me, I am doing this for your own good. Kate whispered gently, just like the dean's usual psychological tactics and empty promises. Her long, bright eyes flickered with a demonic shimmer, and her skin glowed white under the moonlight, as if she had transformed from a little white flower into a witch. Mind control power activated. Kate began to alter the memories of Dean Indira Shetty. Some of the armed personnel are not dead, just knocked out by the sonic waves. Alter their memories too. Loss gave the instruction, then opened the office window, activated the engines on his hands and feet, and flew out of the teaching building. This was one part of the plan to take control of the school. After subduing the dean and the armed personnel, he had Kate modify their memories and implant a belief of loyalty to Loss. This kind of behavior could not be considered righteous. However, Loss himself had no intention of being a savior hero. In fact, some of Injustice Superman's dictatorial ideas were very much to his taste. Moreover, regarding the Godolphin University staff who had done so many evil deeds, Loss felt no guilt about manipulating their minds. Now that the dean and some of the armed personnel were controlled, all that remained was the experimental base beneath the school. Loss pondered secretly, while the network built into his armor monitored the campus surveillance at all times to prevent any incidents. Because today's incident happened suddenly, the completed armor had no chance for a test flight. Loss, not very skillfully, operated the steel armor and flew toward the experimental base. The steel engines propelled him, and a white tail flame streaked across the night sky of the campus. As he neared the sports field. A sudden turn of events. Armored Loss plunged from a height of 50 meters into the soccer field below. The powerful impact made him like a meteorite, fiercely plowing through a large patch of grass. Covered in mud, Loss shook his dizzy head and climbed out of the pit in the grass. It was not a piloting error just now, rather, a powerful attractive force suddenly appeared on the sports field, causing him to fall from the night sky. Loss looked up and saw a metal wheelchair approaching under the dim light. In the darkness, the skin color of the young man in the wheelchair blended in, and a pair of eyes full of resentment stared fixedly at Loss. Loss, you're inside that metal armor, right? Andre Anderson spoke in a low voice, raising his hands in the air. Loss, covered in titanium alloy armor, had not yet stood up when he was surrounded by magnetic forces from all directions and lifted into the air. With his metal arms pressed against his thighs, Loss was like someone restrained by an invisible giant hand, suspended in midair about 3 meters off the ground, unable to make any counterattack. The metal wheelchair continued to approach. Andre Anderson manipulated the magnetic force from a distance, controlling the armor on Loss. He strained his voice and said hoarsely, "Do you know how I've spent these days in the hospital? Double leg amputation, becoming a disabled person." Loss looked at the black young man who only had half his body left and said calmly, "Isn't this all your own choice? When you want to destroy others, you have to be prepared to be destroyed by others." He smiled and continued, "It's just that I was the one who won that day." "Shut up." Andre Anderson suddenly clenched his hands, and the magnetic force increased significantly, causing the titanium alloy armor on Loss to emit a sharp, compressing sound. "You won last time, so what? I'm the one who wins tonight." His dark face twisted, and he mocked, "Don't you like setting up explosives? Did you set them up on the sports field too?" Andre Anderson decided to just twist the entire armor and crush the Loss inside to death. "There are no landmines, it's just." Loss paused, then suddenly asked in return, "Do you know what I'm waiting for?" Waiting for what? Andre Anderson's heart skipped a beat, and he asked subconsciously. He was confident that he was in control of the situation, and Loss, covered in metal, had no room to resist. However, why was there a feeling of palpitations? I'm waiting for the bullet to fly. Just as Loss finished speaking, Andre Anderson saw a faint glint of a lens flashing from the direction of the school apartments behind Loss. In the blink of an eye, a bullet swept past Loss's feet and arrived before his eyes. Andre Anderson widened his eyes in horror. At the critical moment of life and death, he instinctively focused his magnetic field manipulation power on the bullet before him. Unfortunately, the bullet did not move at all, without even the slightest deviation or hesitation, hitting him right between the eyebrows. Thwip. Blood stained the metal wheelchair red. Loss, released from the magnetic restraint and landing from midair, calmly looked at Andre Anderson, who had been shot in the head. It's a pity, this bullet is made of non-metallic material, he said softly. Naturally, Loss did not turn the entire school ground into explosives, but he had set up remote-controlled firearms in many places around the school. Among them, a few bullets used non-metallic materials, which were prepared for Andre Anderson from the very beginning. If Andre Anderson hadn't tried to kill him tonight, Loss might have spared his life and had Kate alter his memories to keep him as a tool at the school. But the moment Andre Anderson made his move, his death warrant was signed. Perhaps, Andre Anderson was initially just young and hot-headed, wanting to get the better of Loss at school. But fate is sometimes just like that, one wrong step leads to another. Going against me is your biggest mistake. Loss turned around, activated the steel engines again to fly up from the grass, and headed toward the experimental base. Now, the entire school's network signal was blocked by him, the surveillance was hacked, and he had set up remote-controlled firearms. That is why he said, whose turf it is yet to be determined. With the power of knowledge, Godolphin University was about to be speedrun and broken through. VOD International Headquarters. Late at night, Intelligence Department. Strange. The on-duty intelligence officer looked at the no-signal message displayed on her screen. She immediately reported, Godolphin University has lost communication signals. Do we need to send someone over to investigate? Deep in the night, the cold moonlight shrouded Godolphin University. The sleeping students were unaware of the upheaval on campus. Covered in the first-generation titanium alloy armor, Loss, looking like an Iron Man, had his engine's glow fade as he arrived before the door of the underground experimental base. The lock had long since been melted through by flames. Loss easily pushed open the iron door. There were no armed personnel to stop him. The stairs leading deep underground were silent, with only dim lights shining. Loss had long since hacked into the school's surveillance network and knew that while he was in the principal's office, Golden Boy had taken advantage of the chaos to break into the underground laboratory. The traces of the melted lock were exactly from Golden Boy, who possessed pyrokinesis. However, after Golden Boy broke into the underground experimental base, the laboratory surveillance was severely damaged, and the situation inside was now unknown. Loss activated his X-ray vision, his gaze sweeping downward like X-rays to confirm the situation first. He saw armed personnel lying in pools of blood on the stairs here and there. Some had been burned until only the metal frames of their firearms remained. As the school's recognized number one, it was no surprise that Golden Boy possessed such strength. However, Loss's downward gaze quickly stopped, and his metal-covered face turned solemn. Stepping down with his titanium alloy armored feet, he descended the stairs, stepped over the corpses, and arrived at the corridor leading to the underground laboratory. Loss stopped at the corner and looked at a figure sitting in a pool of blood, leaning against the wall. His hair was stained with blood, his young, handsome face pale and colorless, and he was dressed in a gentleman's suit. It was none other than the number one person of Godolphin University. Golden Boy. But at this moment, Golden Boy was sitting on the ground with a fist-shaped hole in his chest, blood still gushing out uncontrollably. Hearing movement, Golden Boy struggled to lift his eyes, seeing the battle-damaged Iron Man standing before him. He was stunned at first, but quickly reacted, speaking in a weak, strained voice, "Is that you, Loss?" Loss glanced at him and said calmly, "Your internal organs have been ripped out. you've lost a lot of blood, and you're dying. In truth, an ordinary person would have died long ago. Only a soup of Golden Boy's caliber could hold onto a breath of life. I know. Golden Boy smiled bitterly. It was Sam, but he was injected with experimental drugs and became delirious. He didn't mean to. There was no blame in his tone, only relief. I didn't expect that the last person I'd see in my life would be you. Golden Boy looked at Loss with effort and said remorsefully, Loss, I'm sorry. I actually schemed against you. But my brother is innocent. Please, save my brother. After weakly finishing this sentence, blood spilled from the corner of Golden Boy's mouth, the light in his eyes gradually faded, and he slumped down from the wall like a pile of mud. He was dead. I'll try. Loss neither agreed nor refused, continuing to walk along the uneven corridor toward the laboratory. Thump, thump. The closer Loss got to the laboratory, the greater the vibrations he felt from the floor, as if a giant were wielding a warhammer and smashing the ground. Along the way, the corpses of armed personnel were smashed to pieces like watermelons. This was all the masterpiece of Sam's rampage. As Golden Boy's brother, he possessed an amazing physique far surpassing ordinary people, capable of easily lifting a car or jumping over a house. Isn't this just a mini Hulk? It's just that what caused Sam's rampage wasn't anger, but schizophrenia. Loss walked into the severely damaged experimental base and saw some researchers locking themselves inside the laboratory for self-preservation. A curly-haired young man in a hospital gown was frantically pounding the iron door with his blood-stained fists, and the specially made iron door was denting under the blows. Loss's approach caught Sam's attention, and a pair of hollow, bloodshot eyes looked toward him. Come on, Sam. Loss took a deep breath and beckoned with his metal-covered index finger. The next instant, Sam stamped on the floor and suddenly accelerated, bringing a gust of wind as he charged at Loss like a small truck. A light as bright as day shone, and the pair of engines on the metal palms roared. The armored Loss suddenly sidestepped and shifted at high speed in place. While avoiding Sam's physical collision, his metal palms took the opportunity to pin the opponent's left hand and back shoulder, intending to press Sam to the ground and subdue him. As a result, Sam suddenly kicked forward with his bare feet, and with the eruption of his powerful physical strength, he instead slammed the Loss behind him into the corridor wall. Bang! The wall buckled and cracked in response. Even while wearing the titanium alloy armor, Loss still had the illusion of having been hit by a truck. As expected, it's not that simple. Trapped in the wall, Loss, through his metal helmet, watched Sam charging up another punch with his X-ray vision. The current armor set is not a heavy-duty anti-Hulk type and is not good at close combat. What's more, the test subject Sam in front of him was the true strongest of Godolkin University, with combat power exceeding Golden Boy. Boom! Loss crossed his arms in front of his chest, hard blocking Sam's punch. Accompanied by the trembling of metal, the armor was driven further into the wall. The armor on his hands was dented with a punch mark and had already cracked. This can't go on. Loss quickly raised his hand cannon, and the engine port in his palm lit up with a blinding white light of energy. Although Sam was in a state of uncontrolled schizophrenia, he sensed a trace of danger and immediately picked up a piece of sheet metal from the spot to use as a shield. The energy beam quickly melted through the sheet metal and grazed past Sam's lowered curly hair. At the same time, Loss's armored right foot kicked forward violently, propelled by the engine, hitting the opponent's chin squarely and kicking away Sam, who had been suppressing him. He did not pursue the victory, but broke free from the wall, activated the engines on his hands and feet simultaneously, and flew away toward the back of the experimental base's corridor. Sam's body slammed hard against the wall, his clothes were torn to shreds like rags, yet he stood up completely unharmed and chased after the Iron Man who seemed to be fleeing. The two ran one after the other, the scenes on both sides of the laboratory corridor rapidly receding. The corridor passage was not very wide, and although Loss was flying via energy engines, the distance was still being constantly closed by Sam, who was sprinting barefoot. But before he could fully catch up, the front of the corridor was pitch black, clearly a dead end in the base. Loss slowed down and stopped, landing on the floor. Sam continued to charge at him regardless. Loss suddenly raised his hand cannon. The previous power was still fresh in Sam's memory, and he instinctively made a dodging motion. Then, his forward-charging body slammed into the wall at the end of the corridor. Kid, game over. Loss smiled and came to a gate at this part of the corridor. Sam looked around blankly, suddenly discovering he was lying on a pile of cables. Possessing X-ray vision, having hacked the monitors, and being familiar with every corner of this experimental base, how could Loss have panicked and fled into a dead end? Having successfully lured the enemy, Loss pulled the power switch. ZZZZT. Electric light flickered. Powerful electric arcs instantly intertwined and pierced through Sam's body, leaving him with only a pair of pants. 5 seconds later, Loss turned off the power switch. Sam, whose curly hair had turned into an afro, collapsed to the ground, unconscious. His muscles were still twitching, and residual electric arcs wandered across his skin. The arc reactor's energy is down to 28%. That was close. Looking at Sam, who was stunned by the electric shock, Loss checked his armor and let out a sigh of relief. If it had been a head-on fight, it wouldn't have been so easy to take down Sam, given his formidable physique. However, Sam suffered from schizophrenia and lacked both combat skills and intelligence. Plus, this school was his turf. Everyone come out. With his armor sporting quite a few new scratches, Loss carried Sam back into the laboratory and looked at the researchers hiding in a specialized lab. Amidst tonight's chaos, 4 researchers had survived. The 4 researchers looked at Loss, who was wearing the armor, and asked cautiously, "Are you sent by Bot International?" Loss placed the unconscious Sam on the floor to the side and stated bluntly, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that from now on, you will all work for me." The researchers were collectively stunned. But on their own, they were clearly powerless to stop Loss from taking control of the underground experimental base. Loss hacked into the security system, opened the locked laboratory doors on the spot, and knocked the researchers out one by one. He looked at the personnel lying on the ground and the gruesome corpses strewn about. Next, he just had to wait for Kate to come over and modify the memories of Sam, the student test subjects, and the researchers. Right. Loss suddenly thought of this. Kate's mind control was far less effective and restrictive on Supes than on ordinary people. Just in case, Loss used special chains to lock Sam up. With that, the headmaster and the underground experimental base were all under his control. Tonight, everything had basically gone according to Loss's expectations, including the armed squad's encirclement, Anderson's attack, and Sam's out-of-control rampage. This night seemed to be coming to an end, or was it? But at that moment, inside his titanium alloy armor, Loss's built-in communication system received an emergency signal from his roommate, Jordan. This was an unexpected signal. Loss suddenly looked up toward a corner of the experimental base's ceiling, in the direction of the school gate. Something had happened. Godolphin University, at the school gate. Inside the security booth, Jordan looked at the 2 night shift security guards she had knocked out. According to Loss's plan, compared to the actions Loss and Kate were taking inside the school, Jordan's task was much simpler. She just needed to control the security guards at the gate, secure the campus so no students could leave, prevent any outsiders from entering, and wait for Kate to finish the mind control. It seemed difficult. But in reality, the school had a curfew, and students generally wouldn't go out on their own. Plus, Godolphin University was on military alert at night, so basically no outsiders would enter the campus, or at least, that was how it should have been. Jordan kept watch in the security booth, looking at the quiet campus, feeling that Loss and Kate's mission was almost over. Her constantly tense nerves relaxed slightly. As she reached out to yawn, the sound of clapping suddenly rang in her ears without warning. Someone was behind her. Jordan froze. It was like being doused with a bucket of ice water. She was completely awake. She turned around quickly and saw a tall, burly black figure standing right in front of the security booth. When had the other person approached? Jordan had a look of disbelief. Even if she had relaxed a bit, she shouldn't have let someone get so close without noticing. You know who looked through the glass window, examining the unconscious ordinary security guards inside the booth, then fixed his gaze on Jordan. He didn't speak, like a black ghost. Almost instantly, Jordan quietly pressed the emergency contact button she had been holding in her palm. Because she had recognized who the person was. Under the cold, silver moonlight. It was visible that who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, his burly body completely covered in sturdy dark armor, not revealing even the slightest gap. He wore black scabbards on his hands and feet, and a pair of ink-black lenses, like the thick night, gazed calmly at Jordan. There was no mistake. The person before her was identical to a certain statue at Godolphin University. One of the seven, the most mysterious existence, a hero who had never revealed his true face. Black Noir. Just as Jordan pressed the emergency contact button in her hand, the glass window in front of her shattered. Black Noir leapt into the security booth, quickly pinned Jordan to the ground, and tried to pry her fingers open. He had keenly noticed Jordan's small movement. Get off me. Jordan simply spread her fingers and blasted an energy shockwave at Black Noir, who was pinning her down. The energy shockwave, capable of shaking a vehicle, only made Black Noir take 2 steps back before he immediately pressed forward to pin her again. Jordan's t-shirt was slightly stretched by her muscles as she switched to her male form. Her physical capabilities increased, and she threw a swift, powerful punch at Black Noir. Black Noir tilted his head slightly, easily dodging Jordan's punch. Jordan wanted to attack again, but felt a pain in the hand she had punched with. She looked over in shock and discovered a sharp, black, military-style blade embedded in her arm. When? So fast. Jordan clutched her arm, enduring the pain, and tried to pull back to create some distance, but accompanied by the sound of something cutting through the air, a blade struck her knee. I can't fight this, the level gap is too big. She had to keep buying time. Slamming open the back door of the security booth, Jordan stumbled and fell onto the floor inside the campus, blood dripping down her arm and knee. Still without speaking, Black Noir slowly walked out of the security booth, the dark blade dancing nimbly in his hand like a butterfly, a sharp killing intent spreading outward. He brandished the blade and prepared to approach Jordan again. At this moment, a blinding white light, like a bolt of lightning, slashed down. Black Noir reacted extremely quickly, leaping backward almost instinctively to avoid the energy cannon blast. At the same time, clang! Accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, a battle-damaged obsidian metallic figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Jordan. Are you okay? The armored Loss landed and turned to look at Jordan behind him. I'm okay, just can't fight for the moment. Jordan gritted her teeth and pulled out the blades embedded in her arm and knee. That's good. Loss nodded and cast a grave gaze at the black figure in front. He hadn't expected VOD International to send this person to investigate the campus. After all, from VOD International's perspective, Godolphin University had only lost its network connection, and the signal was restored quickly. In such minor situations, according to standard procedure, they would at most send network maintenance staff to investigate. However, this time, not only did they send combat personnel, they sent a member of the Seven directly. This was no different from using a cannon to kill a mosquito. What Loss didn't know was that this was indeed an accident. Black Noir glanced at the crater on the ground where the cannon had struck, then looked at Loss, who was covered in advanced armor. A pleasant surprise. VOD International's intelligence personnel had indeed intended to send network maintenance staff, but Black Noir happened to be handling a mission near the school, so they had him investigate on his way. After all, Black Noir was VOD International's most loyal hero and lapdog. It was long past midnight, and the bustling city of New York was incredibly quiet at this moment. At the entrance of Godolphin University, 2 figures were in a standoff. Loss, clad in his obsidian-colored Mark I armor, was coated in a faint, silvery white metallic sheen under the cold moonlight of the night sky. He looked like a mechanical entity from another world, with white energy light glowing from his chest and eye sockets, staring at the black ghost standing before him. Black Noir, clad in a dark suit, who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You must be careful, he is very strong. Jordan struggled to stand up and stumbled back onto the lawn behind, making space for Loss. In a battle of this level, her presence was merely a burden, especially since she was now injured and had lost the ability to fight. I know. Loss nodded. Every member of the seven possessed remarkable extraordinary power, and Black Noir was certainly not at the bottom of the rankings within the seven. In fact, if it had been any other member who came here to investigate tonight, such as Queen Maeve or Starlight, Loss might have been able to use his charm, no, his linguistic artistry, to attempt communication, but it just had to be Black Noir, who was absolutely incapable of communication. Black Noir was the most loyal member of the Seventh Avat International, a killer who obeyed orders absolutely, the sharpest blade. When the opponent arrived on campus and sensed the changes at the school, Loss had no other choice. Tonight, he either had to keep Black Noir here, or lose everything and fail completely. At this moment, Black Noir was also sizing up Loss, who was wearing his armor. It was an advanced technological armor he had never seen before, with palm engines capable of firing powerful energy blasts. The multiple battle scars on the shell indicated that it had gone through a large-scale fierce battle. This mysterious student was very dangerous. Black Noir immediately tried to report the special situation here to the VAT International headquarters via a special code, but discovered that the communication signal had been cut off ever since he approached the school. Clearly, shielding the signals for the entire school was also the opponent's doing. Should he retreat first? Due to brain damage, Black Noir did not have many emotions. After a brief thought, he chose to hold his blade and stay. No problem, he could handle it. He had once single-handedly disabled a tank with 30 centimeters of protective steel plating on the battlefield, let alone the armor in front of him. There was no communication. At the moment when the moon was covered by dark clouds again and the campus night grew dark, Loss and Black Noir moved at the same time. Swish! Two beams of piercing white energy tore through the night sky, shooting rapidly toward Black Noir. And just as Loss aimed with his steel palm, Black Noir used a Z-shaped maneuver, his body reaching subsonic speeds, nimbly dodging the two energy blasts like a black ghost. Leaving afterimages, he brandished his black blade and rapidly closed in on Loss. In the blink of an eye, the blade in Black Noir's hand cut through the air, already reaching the front of Loss's armor. The flames of the engines dimmed, and Loss did not choose to fly into the sky to create distance. Not only because the injured Jordan was not far behind him, but mainly because the energy in the arc reactor was running low. The arc reactor made with palladium provided energy far exceeding ordinary energy sources, but it lacked the superior endurance of the new element energy found in the Tesseract. Loss had fought 3 consecutive battles tonight, and the arc reactor was almost burned out. He had to use it sparingly. Therefore, Loss closed the 5 fingers of his right hand, pushed by the micro-engine on his arm, and met Black Noir's thrusting blade with an armored hand blade. On the lawn nearby, leaning against a large tree as cover, Jordan could only see that in the darkness ahead, as the sounds of metal clashing rang out continuously, sparks were flying and flashing wildly. She held her breath nervously, feeling incredibly shocked in her heart. In such a dark environment, she could barely see things a few meters away, yet the two of them were engaged in close-quarters combat. In a short amount of time, Loss and Black Noir had engaged in hand-to-hand combat countless times, with armored hand blades and black blades respectively. In fact, under Loss's X-ray vision, there was no difference between day and night. Through X-ray vision, he perceived the opponent's muscles and heart, and relying on the engine's assistance, his steel hand blade continuously and fiercely cleaved through the air. But every time, the hand blade clashed violently with the blade, evenly matched. At this moment, Black Noir, in the midst of the battle, felt a bit shaken internally. Even without emotions, he felt it was tricky. He was a veteran of many battles, and all the skills and martial arts he had honed to their peak had long since become instinct. In his view, the Iron Man he was fighting seemed to have never learned any martial arts, but every movement carried anticipation and parries, clean and efficient. It was like fighting a robot that couldn't make mistakes. Snap! Loss suddenly opened his steel left hand, firmly gripping the blade Black Noir was thrusting toward his metal eye socket, while his right hand, fingers closed into an armored hand blade, swung down toward Black Noir's neck. The sharp blade, augmented by Black Noir's multi-ton strength, slashed and cracked the left-hand armor, which already had battle damage. He glanced sideways, not caring about Loss's hand blade. After all, the special suit he wore was enough to easily withstand an unsharpened steel hand blade. But the next moment, the hand blade Loss swung toward Black Noir suddenly opened its 5 fingers, and a dazzling charging light lit up in the palm engine. A point-blank energy blast was not easy to dodge. Rich combat experience allowed Black Noir to instantly make the most correct on-the-spot reaction, using an elbow strike to knock Loss flying. The light, as bright as day, flashed, the charging energy cannon shifted, grazing Black Noir's shoulder and missing. Black Noir, holding his cold blade, was about to pursue the flying Loss, but felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly vibrate. Is this a landmine? Before Black Noir could think further, the floor beneath his feet suddenly exploded, a roar of blasting waves swept through, and flames shot up several meters high. The armor engine started, Loss stabilized his body in midair, watching the core area engulfed by the blasting flames and waves ahead. Fighting against an experienced extraordinary killer like Black Noir meant either crushing him with absolute power or using moves the opponent had no intelligence on. Now, Loss's stats were not enough, so he could only choose the second method. The opponent had been guarding against his energy palm cannon, while his killer move was hidden in the gunpowder formed through matter conversion. Did I win? The injured Jordan, hiding behind a large tree, gazed at the battlefield covered by flames. Everyone in the school was familiar with this move of Loss's, but outsiders didn't know it, and it was easy to suffer a big loss when caught off guard. Jordan's pupils suddenly contracted, as she saw the figure, like a black ghost, walk out of the sea of fire just like that. Loss's X-ray vision saw it clearly. At the moment of the explosion, Black Noir had quickly jumped up on the spot and curled his body into a ball. He did not take the direct impact of the gunpowder at close range, and his suit also resisted the blasting waves and flames. As expected, it's not that simple. Loss narrowed his eyes. Black Noir, whether in terms of extraordinary abilities or combat experience and techniques, was completely incomparable to the SUP students at Godolkin. Tonight was destined to be a fight to the death. He had no absolute certainty of winning. Then let's continue. Loss landed on the ground, took a look at the shattered hand armor on his left hand, and reached out to pick up the black blade that Jordan had dropped on the ground just moments ago. The alloy material of this custom military knife was impressive, it could even pierce through titanium alloy armor. Holding the knife, Loss gently rubbed the side of the pitch-black blade with his finger, it was as smooth as a mirror. There was still no communication between them. Thud. Black Noir burst out from the sea of fire at subsonic speed, stirring up a gale, leaving afterimages behind, looking exactly like an immortal black ghost. Vroom. The engines of Loss's steel armor ignited, and accompanied by scorching exhaust flames and a roar, he propelled himself forward to engage Black Noir in a fierce battle. At this moment, the armor on Loss's left palm was already ruined, leaving him to grip the black blade with nothing but his bare flesh and blood, which was no different from an ordinary human's. If he continued to engage in close quarters combat like before, he would surely suffer a great loss. Fortunately, Godolkin University was Loss's turf. Loss had already uploaded the sniper positions via the armor's internal network, locking onto the targets. Swish. While Loss was fighting Black Noir, a bullet fired from the direction of the school apartments behind them arrived before Black Noir's eyes first. A sniper. Black Noir instinctively dodged, the bullet grazing his goggles and scratching the ink-colored lens. At the same time, 2 other bullets came flying in, originating from different positions on the roofs of the cafeteria and the teaching building. Bang! Bang! Caught off guard, he took 2 more shots to his arm and back, but the special black combat suit Black Noir wore held up. The bullets did not cause any actual armor-piercing damage, but the long-range impact still caused his offensive momentum to stall. How could Loss miss such an opportunity? In a flash. Relying on the engine propulsion to close in on Black Noir, the armored Loss pressed the engine cannon on his right hand directly against Black Noir's chest, while his bare left hand forcefully swung the black blade down. Both the blade and the energy cannon were aimed at fatal spots. Black Noir didn't think too much. He almost instinctively moved the blade in his hand downward, inserting it between the armored Loss's engine cannon and his own chest, using it as a blade-shaped shield to protect himself. Black Noir judged that blocking the energy beam blast was the best choice at the moment. As for the black blade held in the opponent's left hand, that was his knife. Black Noir knew very well that his special combat suit could barely withstand the slashes and stabs of the blade. Furthermore, the speed at which his opponent swung the knife was too slow, it looked like there was no power behind it at all. Vroom! The energy cannon blast struck the black blade held by Black Noir, causing the surface of the blade to quickly turn red, almost melting. He blocked it. Just as Black Noir was about to raise his knife to counterattack, he felt a sharp pain in the right side of his neck, and a spurt of bright red blood sprayed out. He was stunned, staring blankly at the black blade that was halfway buried in his neck. How is this possible? His own special combat suit had been easily sliced open under the blade as if it were white paper. Loss, having completed this fatal strike, curled the corners of his mouth. Just moments ago, while picking up Black Noir's knife, he had converted the alloy material structure at the edge of the blade. He made it harder and sharper. Perhaps because the alloy material of this blade was already top tier, while Loss was using his matter conversion ability, he recalled the structure of vibranium. Thus, he had strengthened the blade by aligning it towards the structure of vibranium. Although Loss could not yet fully convert it into vibranium, as long as it was close enough to the structure of vibranium, it was sufficient to make the blade produce a sharpness effect similar to adamantium, that is, the claws of Wolverine. Even if it was just a tiny bit of the effect, it was enough to slice through advanced armor. The black blade pierced the carotid artery. Black Noir was stunned for less than half a second, and then he crazily rammed his head into Loss at high speed. Bang! Under the powerful impact, the ink-black goggles and the armor mask shattered simultaneously. Loss flew backward several meters and slammed heavily onto the ground, revealing his true face, a young and handsome countenance. He opened his eyes wide and saw Black Noir, with the military knife still stuck in the right side of his neck, bleeding profusely, continuing to advance like a beast, ignoring the fatal wound. Black Noir's goggles and helmet had shattered, revealing a severely burned, unrecognizable African-American face. A pair of old, sharp eyes stared fixedly at Loss on the ground. Black Noir had deeply realized what this rebellious soup student in front of him meant for VOD International. If he were allowed to continue developing, he would likely become a major enemy of VOD International. For the sake of VOD International, he had to kill him. Right here, tonight. Even at the cost of his own life. Black Noir suddenly accelerated. Covered in blood, he pinned himself onto the armored Loss, his red-hot blade clawing frantically like the talons of a lone wolf. The heavily damaged titanium alloy armor kept cracking and exploding. Bullets landed on Black Noir, but they had absolutely no effect. Even if they managed to wound him, Black Noir ignored everything, as if he had transformed into a true ghost, attempting to drag Loss down to hell. A life for a life. Black Noir's blood, blade, and fists landed on the dilapidated armor, staining Loss red as well. Loss wanted to get up and resist, but the dying Black Noir possessed strength even greater than before, pinning him completely to the ground. There was only a tiny bit of energy left in the arc reactor, not even enough to charge up a hand cannon blast. It's over. Loss's mind went blank as he watched the armor on his body being torn apart, piece by piece, nearly reaching the flesh and blood underneath that was no different from an ordinary person's. If this continues, he would die. Loss. Jordan struggled to move forward, attempting to rescue Loss, but the injury on her leg caused her to fall to the ground. She gritted her teeth, decided to transform back into her female form, and launched an energy blast at Black Noir, who was on top of Loss. However, the energy blast was fired from a distance, and when it hit the completely berserk Black Noir, it was hard to shake him at all. Right, there's still Kate. Jordan thought in a rush, but quickly realized that even if Kate arrived at the scene now, it would be too late. Is there anyone else? Come save Loss quickly. Jordan despaired. We're dying together, huh? Loss lay on the ground, seeing that the armor on his chest was about to be completely torn apart, so he hardened his heart and tightly hugged the crazed Black Noir. Then come on. He had gone mad too. A blinding white light ignited from the chests of both of them. The energy in the arc reactor was indeed not enough to fire a hand cannon, but it could self-destruct. Boom. Accompanied by a tragic burst of white light, fragments of energy, flesh, and metal exploded outward, and Black Noir and Loss were both blown away. Jordan struggled to crawl up from the ground and saw Black Noir's body hanging on a tree. A bloody hole opened in his chest, with blood dripping from his neck and chest. Even for a soups, he was dead as a doornail. Loss, you won, you won. Jordan's excited words came to an abrupt halt as she saw Loss, who had been blown onto the lawn. Less than a tenth of his armor remained, and his chest was likewise mangled beyond recognition. Loss. Jordan stumbled over and knelt in front of Loss, pressing her hand against his chest, where his heart was beating weakly. Pressing down on the bleeding wound, she was panicked to the extreme, and with a crying voice, she said, "Don't be afraid, hold on, I'll take you to the hospital right now." "No, don't go to the hospital can't save me." Loss coughed up blood foam, lying on the ground, his breath fading away. He had X-ray vision, so he knew his own body better than anyone else. Right now, in this world, no one could save him. Except for himself. Loss asked weakly, "We have already taken control of the school. Now, how much longer until dawn?" Jordan didn't understand the meaning behind Loss's words, but in her panic, she still took a look at the brightening, fish-belly white horizon. "It's almost time, 10 or so minutes." This long night was about to pass. But Loss's body couldn't hold on any longer. Jordan was streaming with tears. "I will not die." Loss's eyes were hazy, covered in wounds. He seemed to be on the verge of death, whispering while holding onto his last breath. "I came to this world, and I haven't stood at the pinnacle of the world yet. How could I die like this?" Deep within the soul space. Inside the cage of red sun radiation, a hint of approval appeared in the eyes of the undead Injustice Superman. "Kid, impressive, you've got a bit of what I was like back in the day." He paused for a moment and said, "Conditions met, take what you wanted." The sky was beginning to brighten, the veil of night receding like a tide. Yet at this dawn, there was no birdsong or insect chirping within the Godolphin University campus. It remained deathly silent, and the air near the school gate still held the lingering scent of gunpowder. Having finished the mind control of the personnel at the base, Kate arrived late at the school gate area. The tragic scene that came into view made her instinctively cover her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. The security booth was severely damaged, and large sections of the floor tiles in front of the school gate had shattered, leaving behind a patch of scorched earth and craters. The devastated ground was strewn with fragments of armor and limbs, and splattered blood stained every corner red, a testament to the intensity of the battle that had just taken place. On the grass stained with ash and blood, Jordan, in her female form, was kneeling on the ground, her injured body sobbing slightly, with the familiar figure of a young man lying before her. Loss. Kate's heart sank, and she hurried over. Upon reaching him, Kate's heart sank completely to the bottom. She saw that Loss, lying on the grass, had lost consciousness. His chest was a bloody mess, there was hardly a spot on his body that wasn't injured, and never mind his steel armor, even his clothes were shredded beyond recognition. What on earth happened here? Kate's pretty face turned pale, and she knelt on the grass as well, joining Jordan in pressing down on the wounds on Loss's body that were still bleeding. Jordan sighed and said, "It was Black Noir. Black Noir came here." At this moment, Kate also noticed the corpse of an elderly black man hanging from a tree not far away, the torn black tactical suit on his body identical to the one advertised on television. The most mysterious member of the Seven, Black Noir. He fought against him, and won. Kate found it hard to believe, but she couldn't feel happy at all, her hands feeling the rise and fall of the young man's chest and his heartbeat growing weaker. Loss's body was also turning cold. With such severe injuries, it was hard to hold on. Kate bit her lip and asked urgently, "Why didn't you take him to the hospital immediately?" Jordan replied with a sob, "It was Loss. Before he lost consciousness, he told me not to take him to the hospital." Her words quickly trailed off. She saw Kate take off the shawl draped over her shoulders to bandage Loss's injured arm, then lie down on her side on the grass and gently embrace Loss. Without caring that her fashionable white dress was being stained by blood and mud, Kate had a faint smile on her exquisite, beautiful face, as if trying to use her own body heat to dispel the chill on Loss. You will be fine, Loss. Kate's eyes were filled with tears, yet her lips curled into a comforting smile, like a witch. Jordan didn't actually believe that Kate had any so-called love for Loss. The previous intimacy seemed more like a means to cling to a strong person. But seeing this scene now, she admitted she couldn't do it herself. This woman, Kate, had a streak of ruthlessness in her bones. Once she made an investment, she really invested everything she had, didn't she? However, no matter what the two of them did, they couldn't retain the temperature on Loss's body. Feeling the heartbeat stop under her palm, Jordan looked at Loss, whom Kate was holding tightly, filled with unwillingness and despair. They were just a little bit away. Without Loss, what should they do next? Jordan's mind went blank, and she completely failed to notice a beam of incredibly bright radiance breaking through the dawn on the eastern horizon of the city. A beam of golden sunlight pierced through the sea of clouds, penetrated the morning mist and the shade of the trees, and fell upon the campus. The blinding sunlight made Jordan instinctively lower her head, but she abruptly felt a subtle fluctuation coming from the young man's cold chest under her palm. Really? Jordan initially thought it was her imagination, but the rise and fall under her palm not only didn't disappear, but instead grew stronger like an activated engine. It wasn't just Jordan. Kate, who was holding Loss, could more intuitively feel the changes in the young man's body. The moment the morning sun rose, Loss's previously cold body quickly became warm, and even without pressing her ear against his chest, she could hear the strong and powerful echo of his heartbeat. He came back to life. Under the incredulous gazes of Jordan and Kate, Loss, bathed in the golden sunlight, saw his originally bloody chest and the severe wounds all over his body healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Flesh reorganized, skin regenerated. In less than a minute, Loss's body, lying on the lawn, had been restored to its original state, his breathing steady. No, it wasn't just as simple as being restored to its original state. Jordan was suspicious and uncertain, and couldn't help but reach out to touch Loss's chest. Healing fatal injuries was one thing, but what the hell was up with the muscles and abs that hadn't been there before starting to take shape? Furthermore, the newly grown skin was smooth and tough, as if cast in steel like an ancient god statue. Each strand of his ink-black hair was gilded by the sunlight, and his whole body gave a sense of having been reborn. This extraordinary change was even greater than her own gender transformation. Jordan touched his chest, and finally even tried to tap his pectoral muscles with her finger, only to have it slapped away by Kate. Seriously, you're being possessive now. Jordan was between laughing and crying, and then she met Loss's glowing eyes as he opened them. God. She was so startled that she sat back on the lawn. Jordan, you started mourning a bit too early. I still prefer that poker face you had at the beginning. Loss muttered lightly, sat up quickly from the ground, and reached out to pat Kate, who was hanging around his neck. Loss, you're okay. Kate also stared at Loss with a look of astonishment. I'm fine. Loss nodded and stood up. He spread his arms, bathing in the radiance of the morning sun, stared directly at the sun that looked like a fireball in the sky, and chuckled. If anything, I've never felt better. After defeating Black Noir, the goal of controlling the school was achieved, and he had obtained the engineering-type Kryptonian physiology he had previously negotiated for from the undead Injustice Superman. Even if it was just an engineering-type Kryptonian physiology that wasn't good at fighting, a Kryptonian was still a Kryptonian, the baseline potential was ridiculously high. Loss could truly feel that this time was different from before. If the previous biofield and X-ray vision were like a portion of Superman's power borrowed from the undead Injustice Superman, then this time, he truly possessed a source of Superman's power. From the level of his original Supes genes, he began to transform from the inside out into an engineering-type Kryptonian physiology. Loss could feel at every moment that as he continued to absorb yellow sun radiation, his strength continued to grow, and he believed various Superman powers would also awaken soon. For example, converting sunlight for his own physique to use was the greatest root source of why Superman could stand above all things. If a system existed, strength plus 1, physique plus 1, would likely be ringing constantly in Loss's mind right now, as if he were endlessly stacking stats. Praise the sun, reborn in the light. Let's go, the remaining mess needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Loss stretched, waved at the stunned Kate and Jordan, and walked toward the corpse of Black Noir hanging in the tree. This morning, Dean Indira Shetty of Godolphin University called VOT International headquarters to convey an urgent message. Late last night, Golden Boy, ranked number 1 at the school, and Andre Anderson, ranked number 6. The two jointly attacked the dean's office, resulting in the immediate death of over a dozen armed personnel. Afterwards, Anderson was shot and killed by the armed personnel. Black Noir, a member of the Seven, arrived at the scene to intervene, but was grabbed by the mentally unstable Golden Boy and killed in the ensuing self-detonation. VOT International was shaken by this and immediately covered up the news of Black Noir's death. After all, Translucent had just been murdered by Butcher. If word got out that a second hero, Black Noir, had died, it would be a catastrophic blow to the status of the Seven. The matter seemed to have come to an end, but in reality, it had only just begun. The next day, at noon, the dean's office, which had been thoroughly cleaned, returned to its original pristine appearance. Golden Boy and Anderson teamed up to attack the dean's office. What a joke. Professor Brink, the second in command at Godolphin University, slammed his hands onto the desk in anger, glaring at Dean Indira Shetty, who was sitting in the chair. Professor Brink did not believe it. After all, Golden Boy and Anderson had specifically come to see him the day before yesterday to explain the abilities of that freshman named Loss. And that very night, the incident occurred. No matter how one looked at it, the dean's office was not the target of Anderson's revenge. But that is the fact, Dean Indira Shetty said calmly, spreading her hands. I don't believe it. Professor Brink narrowed his eyes and demanded. Then what about that student named Loss that I was supposed to study? Why hasn't he appeared in the lab, and why is he still attending school as usual? Before Dean Indira Shetty could answer, a young man's light laughter came from outside the office door. Professor, let me answer that question for you. Who is that? Professor Brink turned around in astonishment, seeing the dean's office door open. A young man with black hair, wearing a plain t-shirt and casual pants, walked in with a smile. Behind him on both sides were a Chinese-American girl in a neutral black suit, and a white girl wearing a fashionable, plain white dress. Jordan, Kate. Professor Brink was very familiar with the two girls behind him. After all, they were the only two outstanding female students in the top 20 and had once attended training courses at the Lamplighter Academy for Combating Crime. However, it was clear that the two girls were just there as an accompaniment, with the young student walking in front as the leader. The freshman, Loss. He recognized the person and couldn't help but take a step back, leaning against the desk, his face full of confusion and terror. Shetty, why is he in the dean's office? Professor Brink, harboring a last glimmer of hope, looked at the dean behind him, only to find Shetty quickly getting up to vacate the main office chair. Loss sat directly in the leather dean's chair, crossed his legs, rested his hands on the desk, and looked calmly at Professor Brink. He asked softly, Professor, do you still need an explanation? Even though it was a gaze from below, Professor Brink felt as if he were being looked down upon, and a sense of pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Having been at Godolphin University for decades and published countless professional books, he had seen all kinds of criminals, heroes, corporate tycoons, and politicians, yet now he was instantly overwhelmed by the aura of a student. Just a freshman, yet it felt as if he were naturally superior to everything. Professor Brink opened his mouth, but in the end, could only shake his head and sigh, looking as if he had aged a dozen years instantly. Behind him, Jordan and Kate had already blocked his path of retreat. The dean's chair turned. Loss looked at the campus bathed in bright sunshine, feeling high-spirited. From now on, Godolphin University officially belonged to him. From now on, no ordinary person would dare to speak loudly to him again. From now on, the world would also begin to bow in submission. This was the confidence brought by Superman's power. He left Kate in the dean's office to mind control Professor Brink. Lois left the office with Jordan in her female form. Jordan kept glancing sideways at Lois. Lois gave her an annoyed glance. We're in the same dorm every day, what's there to look at? It's not that, Jordan shook her head, the changes in you these past few days have been a bit big. She remembered the first night they lived together in the dorm. When Lois woke up the next day, it also gave Jordan this feeling of transformation, though back then his eyes were just a bit brighter and more spirited. But these past 2 days. After that great battle, the self-healing Lois had been changing from the inside out. His hair had become thick, dark, and vigorous, and his skin had improved as well, with almost no blemishes visible. His already handsome and sunny features had become more chiseled and striking, like a sculpted statue, and his physique was tending towards perfection under the shaping of his muscles. He was practically a clothes hanger. Even the most ordinary clothes looked like something on a model when he wore them, and his temperament naturally exuded confidence and dominance. If one could say that Golden Boy might have been comparable before, now he couldn't compare to Lois in any way. Jordan was momentarily dazed, then asked, "Where are we going now?" "The underground experimental base, I suppose." Lois pondered for a moment. It was a good time to test the results of his recent sunbathing. Beneath Godolphin University, in the experimental base. Let me go, let me go. The angry roar, like the low growl of a beast, echoed continuously through the underground base, causing the stagnant air to vibrate slightly. In a specially designed laboratory, a curly-haired young man, restrained to a metal chair with wrist-thick steel shackles and paralyzed by drugs, struggled continuously, causing the steel bars to tighten and twist. Lois and Jordan arrived in front of the laboratory. Seeing someone arrive, Sam struggled even harder, and the metal chair began to emit sounds of being unable to bear the strain. As expected, Lois watched the irritable Sam and nodded inwardly. Kate's mind control ability could achieve absolute brainwashing and control over ordinary people, but control over fellow Supes would weaken over time. Especially for Supes like Sam with high ability stats, they would soon break free. Lois opened the laboratory door and said to Jordan beside him, "Let him go." "Are you serious?" Jordan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She already understood Sam's terror. His physique was stronger than an adult elephant. Once the shackles were opened, even if she turned into her male form, she would just be a speed bump and wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Besides, Jordan knew that Lois hadn't built a second set of steel armor yet. "It's fine, open it." Lois smiled slightly and rotated his arm, his slender limbs making crisp sounds like popping beans. Jordan obeyed Lois's words and cautiously stepped forward to open the shackles on Sam. The moment the steel shackles were unlocked and hit the ground, Sam looked up and gave a cruel smile. The metal chair beneath him was kicked backward, instantly denting and becoming scrap. He let out a low roar and, like a human truck, accelerated and crashed towards Jordan. Jordan retreated in terror, only to see Lois step forward to meet him, throwing a punch at Sam. A gust of wind suddenly kicked up in the stuffy laboratory. The experimenter Sam, who had been charging forward a moment ago, was sent flying backward like the metal chair the next. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.